Alright, folks, welcome back. It is Monday, local time, and we are back with another reset day in Neverwinter Online. It is week 6 now. I don't expect to see anything more beyond the week 4, the 4th milestone. So last week, we concluded the arc, right? The culmination of the space realm Spelljammer modules. So we took down Emperor Zalith, right? So what happened last time near the end was we made some final preps, took the ring from Zedella. Yeah, Zedella, the princess. Tried to deliver it into an inside man. Turns out that inside man was the prince, right? First we snuck into the citadel, set some traps, some explosives, then got bamboozled by the prince. Then the prince became the emperor, presumably implied. You storm the imperial citadel again, set off the traps, stick out, and it leads to the dungeon, more or less. And we use our imagination. I imagine that the princess is placed on the throne and so on. I don't know if they ever... It's going to be interesting to see how they transition from this to the next thing. Kind of curious what their next thing is going to be, and if there's any like allusion to Spelljammer. It wasn't that much to Undermountain too. This kind of feels like an Undermountain thing where, yeah, it's dealing with realms, like dimensions, and opens up the possibility for shenanigans, you know, different representations, little pocket places, right? I kind of like this structure where it makes it so that it's very video gamey, where you get, whenever you move to another environment, you're constantly moving between environments. It's kind of nice, kind of your pocket dimensions. All right, so we're gonna do our weekly upkeeps. There is a milestone at the end of today, which is the 5th milestone, and I think I'd be surprised if there's dialogue, but I imagine it unlocks access to the purple artifact set, which we'll probably use today because, well, I'm not into the whole bootstrapping, random looting, you know, low percentage looting stuff. But they usually have an even lower tier step, right? PvE sort of friendly step up the weapon. We have to step up the weapon, so in case the next module has like a requirement or something. So let's go in and do our upkeeps on our three guys. Last week was pretty much average conclusion. I think overall so far, like the writing, this one was definitely above average overall. There are places that stayed the same, but there are places that increased quite dramatically. So I'm curious how well they're going to keep up the volume in terms of writing. I enjoy writing regardless of how contextless it can be for me. It gives me ideas. Maybe one day I'll make some allusions to Spelljammer. I like the representation. I like the visuals and like the theme of Spelljammer. Kind of always was very much into like space related things, right? All right, let's see, what do we have? So probably gonna hide this for now. Not gonna end up doing this on the other 2 tunes for some time. All right, so we turn our 3 dailies. That's 15. I imagine we're gonna have to do more than these dailies. Our activities weekly should come up now, right? Yes, there's our activity weekly. And then we did heroics last week with a quick 25. We're gonna have to do the arena. So let's see, where does that place us? Oh, bonus progress. Sure, we'll pick these up. These things aren't very great for someone who keeps up with the game. So, free resources still. Free resources. Nothing unique though. Let's see. We're at 40. So we do heroic encounters, throw in 2 dailies, or alternatively, we can do 2 sets of yeah, we're just gonna do heroic encounters, the arena, and then 2 dailies, and then float 1 daily. Probably good enough. Get in here. All right, arena. Let's go. Casual, very casual. I might wanna. Oh, hello there, big boy. Adult green dragon, maybe from the dragon. Yeah, same guy. Except for movement, they don't move. It might actually be like Tiamat dragon. Stay stationary. old module. Or like the dragons when they introduced the Thayans and the dragon cult. Okay. Oh, they're still alive. Honestly, man, changing Mightier Leap might be a thing. I think maybe splitting the mag and not having it to miss to trigger Mightier Leap. It's kind of something to consider. So you get it's more consistent. It's like it's relying on hitboxes, which I mean, you kind of get used to it, but I'm willing to sacrifice that nuance. Okay. Okay. Oh, you know what? People could do lots of arena runs for the coin bags to get some insignia residues. There's the coin Joaquin going on right now. I wonder what the cooldown is. Probably like 30 seconds. Might actually even be a minute. They're gonna just do arenas because it drops from the arenas. Yeah, see, brash strike is so. There's so many things about the barbarian that, ugh, man. Just sitting there hitting air right next to the person, hitboxes. Yep. Yep. That's what happens when you have unreliable hitboxes. Yeah, my sprint didn't happen. It just stayed in place. Like, sometimes you get hit even if the dodge comes up. It's a thing. Amazing. Curious if, oh, okay, so it's kind of like over a minute for the coin purses. Not take too long to get those coin purses. It's like, what was it? 60 coin purses? Or 15? 15 insignia powders? Or dust? Whatever it's called. Yep. Yeah, see. Getting hit there too. One more. Yeah, if you get one coin purse every 3 rounds, nah, that takes too long. Oh, it's like every 2 rounds. Okay, if you get lucky, you get every 2 rounds. Oh. Okay. Oh no. Oh no. Tracking guys are no bueno. I don't remember how much that actually does. Yep, that's tracking. That is stupid right there. Yeah. Right there. You can clearly see that I sprinted at least 100 milliseconds before, and it's still tracked. Within like getting anti-melee'd in this game. Curious if they're gonna ever switch that up. Making melee, especially sprint-based and shield-based characters actually have more a bigger plus window on frames. It would be a little too much to ask for something like this. Second tracking bosses. Yeah, I would say something like sprint, warlock slipping, shielding, plus or minus couple frames. Yeah, see, I got hit there. Yeah, I need to do this one, right? Oh no, I think I did one extra round. Fine. Sprinted there too, in advance. Sprinted there too. It doesn't matter. We only need 5, right? I love playing a class that is relying on something like that to dodge. Of dipping and dodging. Okay. Let's see. The alternative is to actually farm for using toxic looting to upgrade your armor, which I don't have time for that. Okay, encounters. Look, it was okay. It would be a little less a little less annoying if sprinting, shielding, and whatever you call that dreadnought shielding is actually reliable, but it really isn't. Especially when you're paper thin. I mean, this guy's not really that paper thin. Okay. 20. Right, the arena was a different instance. Let's just say pain giving is not created equal, obviously. But the essential mechanics like dodging is definitely not created equal. Heal for a year or two, and you'll probably see a blade master. You're like, yep. I mean, that's besides the blade masters that stand in red, but you might as well. Sprinting is pretty unreliable. $11? No, 14. That's full. Okay, 20. Okay. Oops, this way. A rubber band. Where are we going? Outpokes. Brad? Some of these dailies overlap with the heroic encounters. Oh. Two birds with one stone. Did that guy just run the other direction? Yep. That kind of reminds me of those times when you're watching YouTube clips of a dog, like a dog, yeah, a sidewalk, like a path crossing, and you're looking down a hallway, and you just watch a dog run right by right by the camera and then double back down. And then watch that player go whoop the other direction. I'm like, all right. And then 5 seconds later, comes back to the same direction. Yeah, did these guys count? Oh no, that's actually Zarbos. What am I supposed to? It says Astro Elves. Astro Elves. Feels bad, man. I don't trust sprinting in place against those things. Like Big Red, right? There was a time when I was like, yeah, you need to just sprint in place. You got this. Get that dodge in. Where are we going? Volkath? I do like, I don't know when they added those things, but adding an icon for a heroic encounter present in a zone. I'm not entirely sure how long back they added those icons. Pretty nice. It might have been the Spelljammer thing, because it's very difficult to know otherwise. Unless you're looking at calls. Fastest heroic encounter. Okay, few more. We don't have a Volkath. What? Daily. Heat? We're going to heat? Oh. Oops. Okay. What are these? 2000? Guess it's time to update that too, huh? How much is that? 1 million Astro Diamonds for 3 characters? It's probably like 200k for the purples. We'll need to expire. We'll think about it. Got lucky so far. No chicken. No aminal rallying. Chickens or pigs. Niwatori. Or I wonder if pigs is Buta. Probably is. This we have Botaniku. Okay, one more. Where are we heading, guys? Where are we going? Grad? No grad. They? Later on? Hello? Up in the air. Don't know. Okay. Took a bit. Oh no, I spoke too soon. uh, spoke too soon. Get in there. Go on. Go on, pig. This isn't the synopsis for Pig in the City or Babe, okay? Alright. Oh, here we go. Come on. Go on. Get. Alright. It's got the other one. Alright. That looks pretty good. Did the pictures grunt? Where's the little guy at? It's kind of hard to see where the dude is. Okay, well. Not long for this world. Alright. Now we got 3 dailies. That wasn't too bad. 30 minutes with some opening remarks. Not too bad. In the end of the day, it's not too bad. Alright, Astro Elves. Pick some Astro Elves, right? Okay, that is some delay right there. 'Kay. Collect the tolls. Looking for one more arena time 10. Need tank 85k item level. EM for invite. Oh, I keep going to the wrong thing. Over here. $85. What's the item level requirement to enter this zone? 80? No, it can't be 80. 75? Oh, wait. Oh, it's 70. Oh, okay. Sure. It's a full party. 85k, huh? Such an arbitrary number. Why do people kill mobs during green circle? Green circle, BHE. Oh, wait. I already did that one. Zarbos. Okay, so it was like 30 minutes per tune. Not too bad. It's definitely gonna be faster for it. Oh my. Oh my rubber band. Yep. Grounded by the network. All right. Next week's gonna take a while. Probably gonna take 45 minutes each, if not an hour. All right, heroic encounters in, and then we dump 2. Let's see if there's maybe a new weekly from this milestone. 5 standard modes. Okay. So, yep, I don't see anything at all. So yeah, as expected, nothing. So pretty much average as usual. And then you gain access to, you probably got another boon point. And then you gain access to these purple things here, which can be useful. Oh, they're only 50,000. That's not too bad. 50,000, not too bad to upgrade. You get 450 more. Oh, it's 250. Never mind. Just kidding. Yeah, 250. You know. Yeah, we gotta buy these anyways, right? And get defense. So we'll do that later. Okay. I imagine it's natural. You just naturally get the currency if you don't use the currency. Let's see. Yes. Oh no. I need 400 of these. I don't think I have that on my paladin. All right. Pretty average. So now we go do it on 2 more times. And then we'll try to squeeze in a dungeon. Switching loadouts on at campfires. Time to do away with those too. I don't think I have enough pieces. I'm at 38. I don't think I'm gonna get 400 from turning these things in. How much do you get to turn these in? 60 pieces? It's gonna be a close call. I might have to do a couple of dailies. 12 pieces for one of these dailies. And then you probably get anywhere, maybe around 10 per heroic encounter. Do you get them from the arena? Find out. Yeah, I need 400, right? Yeah, the difference between a tank, just having the difference between a tank and a paper thin thing giver, right? Although these mobs do scale up with each round, it does look like it. Like that guy has way less HP. Difference between round 6 and round 1. I wonder what you get at the end of round 10. Now I'm kind of curious. Does it scale up that high? Maybe people are forming groups because at 10, maybe it's multiplicative in rewards. You get marks and pieces, maybe? I hope it gets pieces, because I need some pieces. That's new. Anyone need healer for something? I'm bored. Sounds like they need to play a different game. What I mean by that is I'm pretty sure they can find something that requires healing. Nope, you don't get pieces. You only get marks. I'm only looking for a pieces, so probably gonna have to do more heroic encounters. I might be short a little bit. So we got at least 24 more. And then what was the other ones? 30 pieces? So we get 60, 24, plus the 5 5 heroic encounters. That's not enough. We started with 38. We might be short 100, something like that. Oh. Yep, that hit me. Okay. Master Temple of the Spiders. Plus 85k experience. Raptor 2 of 5. Oh, Raptor 2. And then have 2 people of 5. Interesting. Is this guy even 85? I don't think this guy's even 85. I kind of fat fingered that. Alright, alright. Oh, hello there. Burnham the Salty. One more round. No, I guess it's random how many like waves of mobs you have before the contender shows up, or like it's fixed based on the contender maybe, because that was only one. Kind of expecting more. And okay, all right, peace out. Go out the door we go. Actually, let's make sure. Okay, here we go. All right. Let me guess, 30 pieces. 60. Oh wait, it was 60. So 60, I got another 120, another 100, about 100 coming in. Oh no, that's not enough. Oh no. Alright. You gotta wait on the timer to switch instances. Actually, we could do the dailies. Maybe not there. Oh my gosh, that rubber band. Oh, right. There are name mobs. I wonder how many pieces those name mobs give. Come on, guys. All right. Oh, why did they reset? You know, the one time I don't mind. High range aggro. The one time. I'm curious. Jeeves. How long does it take you? How long does this take? Oh, it takes 8 billion years. Forget it. Never mind. Just kidding. You can go back to guarding whatever you're guarding. $21. How am I still in combat? In Regis. 21. Nope. 15? Nope. 5? See how many you get from a heroic encounter. 10 tops. Whoops. I did the same. 10 tops, right? Okay. Oh, okay. Wait, where'd the cavalry go? Yeah, so we only have 200. We get 60. Hey, Hugh. We get 60 from the... At most, we're gonna get another 100. Yeah, like 110 if each of the heroic encounters give us 10 on average. We have to destroy these? No, I don't think we need to destroy the barrels. Stop hitting the barrels. Oh, buttheads. At least I don't think. Dang it. Making barrels. Ow. Nothing like a red cone showing up in the last second. Okay. Stop blipping. Okay. Who has aggro? I do. Okay. Give me 10. Come on. Give me at least 10. 10 pieces? Alright, I'll take it. So we get 2, that's 24. We need to do 6 extra. So 6 extra. That's not too bad. We get 400. We bulk casting. Right? Wait, I forgot which instance. Oh, 5? No one is calling for 5. Awkward. Which? 21. I dig this guy. This guy is talking. 21. I like 21. It's probably already too late. Oh, wait, no. I got time. Oh, wait, please. I tapped it. All right, nice. Where are we going? Oh, this guy's piecing. All right. Let's see. Probably grad. I'll take out some astral elves while I'm here. Okay. No one's calling yet, so farm some more peeps. Where are they going? Hey guys, it's the other way. All right. Ow. There's a healer in this group. Okay. Oh, that's interesting. That guy shifted away from its original attack projection. Alright, where are you guys going? Probably not Volkov. It's probably Emeria. I need to take down some elves here first, though. Find out. Yeah. Do I need to do anything here? No. Okay. I don't see any peeps. There's one. Fine. Go do this stuff. Astral elves? Pick some astral elves? Yes. Okay. That was weird. A lot of rubber banding. Hello? Why can't I target you? Oh, just kidding. 1. Need 8 more here. Okay, let's turn the 2 in. $14 needs a new collar. Okay, they're going to grad. Wait, am I in? I'm on 14, right? No, just kidding. 14. 14 available? Nope. Grad 2. All right. You need a raptor to join an arena group? Okay, okay, buddy. What the heck? No one's there. I think we can find the name mod. Oh, wait. Oh, I know one name mod. The one under the tent. How hardy are you? Oh, no, never mind. Not live anymore. Does it work? Does grad 2 work? Nope. Womp womp. People busy picking their noses, I suppose. I gotta wait another 30 minutes. Our count at. So we're gonna get 60, right? That brings us to 280. 280 plus 80. So 304. 304 plus 2 turn-ins. They're 12 each, right? So 24. We need to do 6 more of these. Yeah, we gotta find an instance here. 15. Nope. 21. Ugh. It's okay. How many bros do you have? Okay. I'll take 2. Give me 2 and we're good. You got 2 buddies with you? 1. Come on, can we get 1 more? Oh, that's fine. Yeah, that's fine. Holy lag. My guys. Okay, we got a few buddies here. I'm beyond rescuing peeps, all right? I'm just kidding. All right. So we need to do 2 beyond this. I mean, we need to do 5 beyond this. Ow. Strap in. pretty good. All right, let the countdown begin. 6 more to go. Team? Okay. No animals, please. Yeah, they're stuck on 10. It's only 10. You can't get lucky and get like 30 or something. Alright, I'll let them roll in first. Oh, wait. Oh, no. Oh, that was a free one. Oh, weird. Oh, that one's bugged. Oh, man. I missed out on it. I thought you had to do the chicken thing, but that one's bugged. It immediately completed because the guy already spawned. Huh. I saw it happen last week. Oh, there I go. Being complacent. Someone already doing this? No. Guys, please. Please. Attack. Attack. Alright. Now I'm gonna chill here. With some other peeps. Okay. 5 more to go. Alright. Where are we going next? They? Nope. Back to grad. Oh, that guy is piecing out already. Okay. We got a new leader. It's like passing the baton. It's like, guys, I'm done with my daily. We need a new caller. Okay. So 60, 104. I mean, no, 60, 84. Right. 84 plus 244. Plus 244. I didn't do the math properly. That's only 130. That's only 330, 324, 328. butt? I think I might be being a butt. 84? Yeah, 320, 328? I regret everything. Any Masters Demon Web Pit I can tank. Oh, is this a BHE? Oh. I wonder how much you get for BHEs. I'm curious how long this is. This is where we stand in the circle. Wait, where's the circle at? Oh, we have to take care of the landing party first. I have a lot of health for 2 pips. Oh, give me 30. Come on. Give me 30. There it is. I'm just gonna sit here. Oh. Or get bamboozled. Can someone stand in the other circle? Alright, fine. I'm gonna go stand in the other circle. Oh, butt hits. I'm doing my duty. Stand in the circle. The true objective game. This is actually what you're supposed to be doing. Not those silly goobers out there. I thought the 6th milestone was when you got to 600 vouchers. Oh, wait. Oh, no, it's not. No, I don't have to do this. This is just a 5th milestone. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, no, wait. Oh, no. You can't even buy the pieces. I'm a... might as well. These pieces. No, that's not even the... That's the 5th milestone. You can't even buy these weapons now because it's oh, wait, maybe you can. Oh, you can only buy... Wow. It's the 5th milestone for the offhand and the 6th milestone for the main hand. Wow, way to be greedy. Cryptic. That's actually pretty pathetic. That's incredibly toxic. You have to do 8 weeks before... I don't even need to do this. Like, well... It's gonna be 8 weeks. So basically, there goes 20 minutes. Wow. Way to be greedy. That is greedy as heck. 8 weeks to get access to like a partial. That's pretty disgusting. Oh yeah, I'm just gonna stand here and hit this catapult. Yeah, that's pretty gross. Someone made a comment, I'm like, wait a minute. Yeah, not 6th week. Not the 6th week. The 6th milestone. That's a very good point. Often misunderstood. That's so gross. I have to do 8 weeks for barely a for leap, like, man. Well, at least that person made me realize the fallacy of my logic before I continued doing this for another 30 minutes. Well, it's not really that long. This PHE takes a very long time. Alright. Do I get 30? You only get 20? That's kind of gross too. Alright. We're done. We gotta switch characters. Wow. I thought I had something to say today, but yeah, this is same deal. 5 out of 5, right? It's still 8th week to get whatever weapon. Man, yikes. All right. At least I think. Hold up. Yeah. The 6th milestone. Yep. Hate to see that. All right. Last character. So basically nothing happened. I think it's pretty asinine to separate the pieces. You know, like the offhand and the main hand. I mean, honestly, from a psychological standpoint, if you made both the main hand and the offhand the 6th milestone, relatively wouldn't change the functionality, like the desirability or functionality of it. Because most people, like the vast majority of people, would not equip the item until they're both available. That's just a kick in the nads, isn't it? It's nice, you know, public chat, having a game with other people in it. There's a lot of silver lining to having a game with other people in it. Yeah, I made a poor assumption there. And then someone else did too. But because they raised the question, I actually understood what they meant. Good point. 6th milestone. GG, ladies. Maybe I get lucky today. And the main hand or the offhand drops, so I won't have to invest. Does that guy have a head? Oh yeah, they do. It's just very, very small in that armor. Okay. I still have to do, what is it, 90? Yeah, it's 90 per piece. I still have to complete the Imperial Citadel on Advance another 9 times. Or not 9 times. 6 times. Before you can get even one of the piece, instead of relying on luck. For one of the characters. Gloom Lord. Can I get the contender now, please? Thank you much. Oh, that guy just missed. Okay. I was standing still and that guy missed. Okay. All right. Contender, please. No? Okay. More Froggos and trolls. Oh, they're toads. Hey. Hello, that's. How are you today? Alright. Get more contenders, please. I'm taking a break from Duo. No, this is my Monday thing. I cover other live service things whenever they come up. So Neverwinter every 3 or so months has a module update, and it takes 10 weeks. And they're weeklies, so every Monday on reset day, I cover whatever happens in the week. And then after 10 Mondays, I go back to juggling something else. This is how I collect my thoughts. I do this every evening as well. But like on the days, you know, you have your things to relax. This is kind of what I do to relax when I'm not, when there isn't new content. So I play this game for 20 to 30 minutes a day in the evening. Do some dailies. Then I spend like 30 minutes on Hearthstone and then 15 minutes on PSO2 NGS to chill while I think about stuff. You don't really need to think here. So it's pretty stress free. Do you do anything to help yourself relax? Maybe wind down in the day? I'm not winding down for the day. These are the few days of exception, but I usually use Neverwinter to wind down. You read usually? What do you read? What kind of reading material do you use? That's how. Of course, it can also be educational. This is one of the few things I do that isn't exactly educational or like these are the kind of the rare moments that I'm actually doing something that I might be competent in without having to think about it. But most of the time, I say 90% of the time, if I'm streaming, I'm doing something that I'm not competent in. Mostly light novels of animes and manga you really like? I see. How do you consume them? Are you still like trying to use comprehensible input, or are you trying to chill and read things you're reading most comfortably? Or are you still actively trying to relax and learn at the same time? That can be very difficult. Or like mentally draining. Sometimes I just stare at pictures. No. Look at someone was doing some artwork, so I just stare at the artwork and take it in. Watch someone go through like a slightly sped up version of watching them move their hands and stuff and creating artwork on the canvas. I'm like Bob Ross, you know? Not Bob Ross literally, but what Bob Ross does for many people. All right, get out. Wait till that number turns 6 because I don't trust. No trust. All right. I think this Neverwinter stuff is kind of like someone's gardening. If I had a garden, I'd probably do some gardening or something, right? That can be very nice. I used to try to meditate, but now I found that this is very reasonable for meditating. You have some lo-fi, so flow state stuff, right? Flow state stuff. just chilling, vibing, trying to recuperate. You just read them translated is a big reason why I want to learn Japanese, but I can't read Japanese very well yet. Fair enough. There's definitely times to be actively working, right? And then actively learning and still be able to enjoy. So here's me like doing something that I feel lots of people do very regularly. You try to relax because their work days or all their agendas and stuff is packed with a lot of, you know, requirements and stuff. It's nice that you can still enjoy anime and manga without feeling like you have to learn Japanese. So what I mean by that is sometimes when the things you like, right? The things you like, and then you start making it something you want to do, but then it can somehow get in the way of your enjoyment of how you used to enjoy things. That can be a little bit of a negative feedback loop. So it's nice to see that. It's nice to hear that while you do want to learn Japanese, learning Japanese slowly, right? Slowly and consistently and healthily doesn't interfere with your enjoyment of before you started learning things. I think a lot of times you probably heard examples like this all the time with, like, say, an athlete. You love playing the sport, but at some point that sport became something else and it was no longer enjoyable anymore. You kept, you know, the hyper focus of, oh, I want to get better at the sports, and at some point it's no longer fun that's the priority, but the performance that's the priority. Or you can pick any video game for that matter, right? You start a game, it's like, oh yeah, this game is great, and then that competitive spirit, the more nuance of the knowledge then takes your eye off the ball, and then it was either you separate from the cold turkey, like you cold turkey separate from something you once loved, or don't or go hardcore, and it eventually becomes like this doom gloom thing, like, oh yeah, I can't enjoy this anymore if I'm not good at it, for example. I think that kinda, it's not as extreme for things like creative things, you know, abstract things. You know, people move on, they get more abstract things, but it's a great way to keep yourself grounded. Like, don't forget that you still love doing the thing, right? Sometimes the pursuit of proficiency in something you love can take away the fondness and the love for the thing that started it all in the first place. I see that quite a lot when you turn something into, which I talked about a couple of times, where outside of language learning, if you turn something you love into something you have to do, like efficiency wise or meet a certain criteria, then that love can fade to obligation. I literally have already encountered people who say, like, oh yeah, you know, I don't watch anime and manga much anymore because I spend most of my time learning Japanese because I don't want to watch anime when I can't understand it, right, in Japanese. And then at some point they find that they realize learning Japanese is a lifelong thing, and then quit anime and manga altogether and not, you know, and stop learning Japanese. That's kind of the feedback. It feeds back on itself. If watching anime and manga consistently reminds someone that they haven't learned the Japanese yet, and then back and forth. So something that once was very positive, untethered, becomes a source of negativity and reminder. Very classical. I like this. Actually, this is a great example. Live service games are a great example of that. So, for example, in an MMORPG like Neverwinter, since it's a live service model, things will change, right? When you get gear that you worked hard for, with time, that gear becomes obsolete, right? It gets turned over. So what happens is it feeds forward to the sense that, oh, you have to constantly be up to date, FOMO and all, right? Be up to date. So naturally, the enjoyment of the MMORPG is coupled with your proficiency in the MMORPG, be it being up to date or completing the task that is provided for you. So over time, if you go ahead of the game, like if you complete the task too quickly, it doesn't keep you engaged. If you complete the task too slow, it's a negative feedback loop. Or like, oh, you're slow already, you might as well not enjoy the game, because you can't enjoy the game if you're not proficient, right? At least minimally proficient. And that happens a lot with video games. Duolingo included, because some people might quit for the leaderboard, for example. Gamification does that, right? So keeping grounded and reminding others of like, hey, don't forget why you started all of these things, right? It's a very humbling and cathartic thing to remind yourself, like, you still love this, whether you know it or not. You don't have to be good at something to love something you like, or to want to love something. I've been playing this game for many, many years. Over 10 years, actually. Yeah, over 10 years. Well, it's coming on 10 years. No, it's over 10 years. At this point. I need to look for an instance. It's like grinding a competitive game like League of Legends, where people fall off once it starts becoming stressful and taxing. Yeah, their enjoyment has become attached to the maintenance of their skill. So like, you want to always have the like same experience or better experience, but the actual competitive design of live service games like League of Legends, actually, they will continue to update. So you have to be very comfortable and accepting to understand that you're gonna go through the same process again. Like, things are gonna change, and then you have to stress yourself out and tax yourself out to keep up, and then continue to keep up. So having a healthy relationship and keeping in mind what all the good things and the bad things and perspective tends to allow someone to be consistent pretty much forever. If you can, in my opinion, that's the point of enlightenment about life, right? The stuff you love shouldn't be falling to stress and taxing. In fact, the things you love, unless you're an esports person who actually literally do that for a living, right? It's your choice to make it into a living. And the things you do that you love to do, it's very dangerous. You have to strongly consider, if you're expanding the thing you love, that it doesn't continue to promote more and more stress and tax, right? Because the things you choose and love to do logically should be doing the opposite, right? It should be removing stress and giving you more energy. so that you can go on, you can utilize that excess energy and happiness to do what you have to do, right? Get a job, like put food on the table, make money, that type of thing. Right. It's crazy. I mean, like, it's not that crazy or unheard of, but it's fairly common for me to hear to hear people say things like, oh yeah, this is just a hobby. Meanwhile, they describe how stressful it is. And I'm thinking to myself, good stress, right? We're talking about like the endorphin stress. Like, oh, you stressed yourself out intentionally. So the good stress, right? Not the exhausting stress. Well, a lot of times it's yeah, it is. You know, I have to do this, then I have to do this, and it costs this. And I'm like, that sounds like bad stress, not good stress. That's kind of the thing, right? Wow, amazing. 2 bots in a row. That's pretty impressive. I guess bots come in pairs now, huh? Yeah. So I know there's good stress and there's, you know, cortisol stress and endorphin stress. Lots of people talk about these things. When you intentionally stress yourself because you voluntarily like it, that's quite a difference. And I like to hope that most people who learn Japanese while being motivated to still read manga and anime, that's a positive stress. A stress that actually promotes more energy and like satisfaction, as opposed to the undue stress that you have to do something. I mean, a great example of undue stress is like an injury, right? Not that type of thing. That's kind of how I view my Duolingo sessions most of the time. Like, a lot of people keep thinking that they think of language learning as negative stress. Like, oh yeah, like you need a tool to make it easier, like less stress. You need less stress and work less hard because learning is stressful, as in it's undesirably stressful. Learning is a drug for me. Doing the same thing over and over again and following people's advice and being told what to do, that is negative stress for me. And I save that for the workplace. So when I go to work and I have to be a professional about things and have a boss, I will do that. Learning is not one of those places that I need that stress. Being told how to learn is different in a workplace than it is for a hobby. So language learning is not a job for me. It's a hobby. So whatever amount of extra work I have to do, however long it is, I enjoy doing it, right? So it's very different. I think the mentality does not resonate with so many people who's offering advice. They don't like learning. They want to reduce the amount of time that they're learning, in my opinion. They could say like, oh yeah, but I like language learning. It's like, then why are you spending all this time telling people to reduce the amount of stress that comes from language learning? There's positive and negative stress. If I have to work harder to learn Japanese, then I'll work harder to learn Japanese using inefficient tools. It's not stress. It's not negative to me. It's not detrimental to me. Whenever you strive to do efficiency and stuff, you're trying to reduce negative stress. Does Duolingo make things harder for me? Probably. But does making things harder for me is that bad? Well, it's not in terms of a hobby, because I don't have to do it. It's bad when I'm working, as in I'm doing something that I have to do and I don't want to do. Then I definitely want to find the most efficient way to do it. You find Duolingo to be fun mostly because of the leaderboard? Well, yeah, there you go. Right? That's how. Isn't it interesting? And I hope that the leaderboard doesn't become a place of negativity, right? And it does happen with gamification. Leaderboard is one of the gamifications, so hopefully you continue to have fun with the leaderboard. I do have to tell you, or like things that I observe is like once you get to like a certain point in the leaderboard, it's like, oh, I kind of would love it there to be more, right? So there is a cap to it. I had a fun time with the leaderboard. I still do. I like looking at the leaderboard, actually. It's kind of like you know, when you're watching tennis, like instead of like literally watching tennis back to back religiously, I like looking at leaderboards of all the like sports and stuff. I don't know if you have the same inclination, but I don't even have to be a participant to be interested in leaderboards. Like I like looking at disc golf, like the professional disc golf organizations leaderboards and stuff, and I don't compete in it. Like it's just interesting to look at stats roll back and forth. Or simulations. I love simulations. So like lots of games use simulations, and you just watch yourself like on your own closed system, and you watch your design go up the leaderboard, but these are all synthetic markers. So like the developers created synthetic markers for the simulation, and as a player you're supposed to learn enough to optimize to climb these synthetic benchmarks. That's pretty fun too. Like tycoon games, right? Factory oriented games, circuit building, that kind of thing is very, very addictive to me. Deck building is a looser application of that type of mentality. Like you're optimizing a deck, you're optimizing archetypes, and then you're looking at the interactions of the deck. So you're constantly like quote unquote optimizing, but you're optimizing in a discovery manner, like a learning manner, right? And then the developers put synthetic benchmarks for you to clear, like maybe beat the boss, do a certain amount of damage, create a specific effect, combination of effects, right? Cross a specific threshold. And that's kind of also the same design language in roguelike games. Like roguelike games of various genre. Roguelike deck builders are a great example of that. Or you can have roguelike action games. And I actually am looking forward to 2 that are coming. Hades 2 is in early access now. So at some point at the end of near the end of the year is when they say they're gonna be out of early access. So I'm probably gonna buy that to support the project this July. I usually buy games in July, and then hope to play that. That's an action roguelike game. And Slay the Spire 2 is some TBA, but it was announced. So I'm looking forward to bootstrapping, testing out stuff, and they probably have some sort of leaderboard system as well, just to see what other people are doing. Kind of fantastic. Okay, where are we going? Are we going to Himor? Yeah, we're going to Himaria. Let's go over here. Okay. The leaderboard, quote unquote, the leaderboard in Neverwinter Online nowadays is more like, how long have you played? To be real, like If someone is, if someone's confused, like, oh yeah, I've played this. Do you remember those times? You remember? It's kind of like life. I feel like when you sit around a coffee table, right? You sit around a coffee table, with some strangers. The first thing, honestly, I remember. Okay. Let's back up. Let's preface a little. I hear a lot of times when one of the major things that are facing people, at least the younger generation these days, is the idea to be able to initiate conversation and then maintain conversation in like a random group or a stranger or interview or what have you, right? So for me, I just think like, man, just ask something about the person's life and then listen. I say that like it's very simple, but then you have like anxiety, soul crushing anxiety and all that. Yeah, it's because it's largely due to under practice. Some people may say like, but you know, I'm introverted and whatnot. It's like, well, I can tell you now that some of the most high functioning people who are public speakers are individuals who thrive on public interactions. It's due to the nature of practicing. I can't convince anyone to believe me that I was a nervous train wreck who had a lot of social anxiety when he was younger and could barely hold a conversation and preferred to sit there and listen. But now I don't. And every time these like types of conversations come up, my thought was like, man, it's been a very long time since I felt like I can't walk into a room and spark up a conversation with anyone. And that is a leaderboard in my life. When if you wanted to do a fun little exercise, it would be like meeting with two strangers, go to a meet and see how many different people you talk about, and if you can name one detail with everyone you met. That would be a fun leaderboard, a social experiment to try out. Yeah, sparking conversations. It's been a while since I felt that I have nothing to say or feel any sort of apprehension regarding the maintenance of conversation with people. And I don't think that's a weird flex considering how long I've spent practicing doing that. Some people are naturally charismatic, right? That's awesome. I can tell you that public conversations, discussions and stuff, it's incredibly exhausting. However, it's a great stress. But I can't do it like someone who naturally gains more energy from public conversation. And you can too. That's kind of when I tell people like, you can do the same as well. Trust in your, you know, this sounds like anime at this point, like believe in yourself, or believe that I believe in you. You can do this. How's this relevant to the whole Japanese thing? You're going to need the skills of communication and ability to spark up conversation and maintain conversation in order to supplement your proficiency in communicating in a different language. So it's kind of this is a kind of a deep cut, but the step that a lot of individuals are avoidant in, right? The step that they kind of tiptoe around in terms of finding language proficiency in different languages is the step that I look most forward to. The idea that I will use my unnatural Japanese to talk to natural Japanese speakers, and they will have the opportunity to teach me how to sound more natural. It's actually one of my favorite forms of learning. So the things I do in Duolingo and everything else now are actually the most deficient forms, the forms that Some people are still having trouble understanding why I do those things very long. But I can tell you now that there's no amount of, I don't have any insecurities about using my unnatural Japanese from Duolingo to learn natural Japanese in the future and to bumble around with pronunciation, mispronunciation, because I can talk to people. It's not the scariest part of understanding and learning. Interacting with people is often the scariest part for most people, because the internet provides all the information. So why talk to other people and learn from other people if you can learn everything yourself without ever interacting with someone? Right? That is the social norm. It's not a bad or a good thing. You can definitely still learn everything on your own. But the one thing is, there's a difference between someone who looks forward to learning from another person as the social norm versus always relying on yourself because the internet has all the information. So many people, it's like, oh yeah, but you need to speed up the process of, you know, getting a teacher or an agent. It's like, I look forward to that whenever it happens. It's fine. It's like, but if you don't do it now, you're gonna struggle later. It's like, nah. That's like the reward at the end of the tunnel. My friends, like that is the best part of learning a different language. There's no insecurity. There's no embarrassment. I'm not afraid of embarrassment. Actually, that's the best part, in my opinion, about interacting with humans. Humans remember that you're genuine. Humans know you're fallible. Only you can make yourself feel like you need to be a perfectionist. So that's kind of one of the deep cuts here. The reward at the end of the tunnel, it's usually the most dreaded part. That is kind of different from video games, to speak. Language learning is definitely a departure from video games when it comes to what is the most analogous thing about video games that is associated with the final stages of language learning. Competitive gameplay. The moment you have to interact with another person, like PvP, right? At the zenith of video games, you have to interact with another human being. What is the most ambivalent source of insecurity, negativity, and pressure to quit? It's interacting with another human being. I didn't grow up in the digital age. I grew up in the age where you have to interact with other people to promote credibility in learning. So the reward for all your hard work, self-study, and being prepared is the reward to be able to interact with other people. But that's actually what I look forward to. I feel like there's this shield that has been built around people where, oh yeah, you have to get it right so that you can interact with someone. Like, that's not how that works, in my opinion. In the world of learning, you are going to, no matter how much you do, you will be ill prepared to interact with another person. You are not telepathic. You cannot possibly understand the unfathomable multiplicity of human behavior. So being concerned and trying to be overly concerned about being prepared not to sound weird, not to make mistakes, to be perfect in self-study beforehand, you don't practice human relations. The longer you keep trying to optimize your self-learning, the less time and more insecurities you build about interacting with other people. What am I doing right now when I'm learning Duolingo? I'm interacting with people literally at the same time. And it doesn't take away from the experience. It's actually my favorite part about the experience. So yeah, when you get really used to relying on yourself, your communication skills, your problem solving skills, and your critical thinking skills fall by the wayside, because when you're studying by yourself, when you're doing everything by yourself, you are not encountering problems that you don't know. You are not encountering things that you have to critically think about that it's not within the scope of your interest. And for language learning, you are not participating in things other people encounter. So when everything goes right, and ideally in your own world, then you are ill prepared to interact with other people. It happens the same with a monocultural thing. You know, when someone comes in and speaks English to a Japanese clerk, there's going to be some ambivalence and insecurity with that Japanese clerk in Japan, right? The bubble is wide, and being able to tackle and manage these stressors comes from experience. Knowledge does not negate. It does negate. It can soften the blow of insecurity, but it cannot remove the emotional impact of interacting with another human being. You know, talking about unnatural Japanese here, something I've been thinking about. Have you ever been around 2 or 5 years? Oh, they always speak unnaturally. Everyone always goes through an unnatural. Yes. Yeah. I mean, think about how we speak to children. Or think about how... Let's not even talk about language. Think about all the skills. Right? How do you think a professor teaches a college student? Right? You're a freshman. Say you enter... We're not going to even use college because not everyone went to college. But the first year of high school, what do you think you sound like to a upperclassman? Right? When an advisor gets new students in their school, how do you think they sound? Even without discussing like language in general, you will sound unnatural even in your natural language, or like your common language, because you can't express yourself yet in the situation. So you will say things even with full comprehension of a language. Now the language, yes, it is a slightly different because the language itself is the unnatural thing. But it's very, ironically, with a lack of a better phrasing, it's a very natural process to be unnatural at the thing you're learning. How you go about managing that is the ultimate, in my opinion, one of the process-oriented mindsets that you must maintain in order to become comfortable. I won't use the word natural, but be comfortable with your skill proficiency. Put on a pair of rollerblades and go rollerblading right now. If you haven't skated before, you will look unnatural, right? But if I was standing there, I can see that you're learning. So it's not to provide stigma that you're unnatural. It's like, well, you're learning. What more would you expect? The problem here is if the expert, the person who's competent, lose sight of that, they become almost discouraging, but not in a malicious way. Like, it's unintentional. Like, for example, when you reach a path of enlightenment, I actually done a lot of disservice to Dunning-Kruger, the Dunning-Kruger effect, but there's more to the Dunning-Kruger effect. There's a point where you enter like despair. Basically, you feel like there's so much about the thing you love that you can't possibly comprehend it all. But then there will be a point where you reach enlightenment, where you accept, the valley of despair, right? I usually don't extend past the valley of despair because I haven't done a skill where I reach true enlightenment of that valley. But eventually, when you get enlightenment, you accept what you don't know, what you can't know, but you also find out how to best navigate all of that. You accept what you don't know while continuously pursuing more knowledge. And that's kind of the idea here, right? However, the graph that I drew yesterday about emotional intelligence, The more enlightened you become does not guarantee that you are more emotionally intelligent to the people who are in the hill of stupid, right? The hill of incompetence. Actually, the more enlightened you become, the farther away you'll be able to empathize with the person. So an enlightened person might not necessarily be empathetic. But that's kind of the other side of things that I tend to emphasize. It's hard to stay tethered to that. But an enlightened person should at least attempt to. I would say enlightened people who exit out of the valley of despair has the opportunity or the obligation to try to stay emotionally around where people who are learning, which is like the hill dipping into the valley of despair. So the graph that I drew, the bell curve thing, I think there's a peak when empathy is great, when you're learning, but you also feel a little overconfident, but you're definitely getting aware of what you don't know. So right before the valley and dipping away from incompetence, right? That particular part is the height of empathy. And if you can hold on to that thought as you're becoming enlightened, then you can be helpful in a teaching way, right? It's the combination of being nurturing, and it's a balance between being able to be nurturing and objective, like a balance between them. But enlightened folks, when you start asking an expert, you have to come to some expectations. They won't mince words. Like there's this thing that I saw on a little clip on the Dunning-Kruger effect. There's trust me, bro. It's complicated. It's very hard. Keep at it. And then there's trust me, bro. I know everything. That trust me, bro, is very hard. I'm trying to not say it's easy. That kind of thing. That is a path of enlightenment. But that also means that you're trying to express that it's very difficult to explain the valley of despair that's ahead of you, but also to be as empathetic as possible to say there are a lot of things you won't know as you're pursuing language learning, for example, learning Japanese, but it's okay to not know things. You will have to come to understand that in order to actually be enlightened in a field, right? And that's kind of, I didn't go into that, but it's very cathartic knowing that when you see someone who's maybe, quote, very good at something, they can also tell you that I don't know a lot of things. I've been doing this for 20 years and I still am brilliantly surprised by the things I discover about it. And that's what I want to illustrate. I still play Neverwinter and stream Neverwinter to this day because it's new every 3 months. There's something new every 3 months, regardless of my legacy, regardless of what I'm doing that is foundationally maybe intricate, but I can't empathize with someone who's learning that. One thing I can definitely communicate, if you're like a skilled, enthusiastic person who've gone through the valley of despair, is to demonstrate that you yourself do not know everything about something you spent almost your entire life doing, and it is okay, because that is the very reason you continue to love doing the thing you're doing. That's necessary to have a lifelong relationship with proficiency and motivation with something you really, really, truly love. And if it's a job, that's fair too, right? So I love science, even though it crushed me under the valley of despair. So I continue to use it to this day, the things I've learned in my PhD. And that, in my opinion, encapsulates the difference between a person who's enlightened by their specialty versus a person who is still yet to understand the valley of despair in their understanding of a skill that requires a lifetime investment. I think it's this whole like idea of quick results and hustle and stuff is a product of the internet. It's the product of the hustle culture of the internet. It has warped a lot of things, the perspective on developing skills for a lifetime due to passionate maintenance versus developing a skill temporarily only to be discarded for accolades. Right? I beat this game. It's no longer an important part of my life anymore. Let's move on. I beat this. I saw this movie. It's no longer important to me. Let's move on. So it's doing the very thing that high school kids, the less, in my opinion, the less successful high school kids, the less successful college kids do. They learn something or they learn something and discard it. They learn something and discard it. Your time is a waste of time when you discard your experience. If you bring your experience creatively in any way, then the value of that past event will continue to be a part of your present event. Record it, write stories about it, read something, go revisit it every once in a while. That breeds infinitely more value than people who keep saying, I've done this, I'm moving on now. I've done this, I'm moving on now. There's no value left in those things. And I think the way the internet has been doing it recently makes it so that the social norm is you put a notch on your belt and you forget about any meaning, what that notch is for. The most you get maybe is nostalgia. Nostalgia is not transferable value. It is reliving in the past. Nostalgia can make you relax and warm feeling for sure. It has very little pragmatic value nor psychological sentimental value outside of it being a reminder. Nostalgia is non-transformative. It is immutable. And even then, that's not how your memory works. Even nostalgia is susceptible to the fluidity of your memory. The way you remember it now is different from the way you actually remember it 3 days ago, 10 days ago. It's very dependent on your experience. So accepting that nostalgia is something you want to keep the same is also very counterintuitive. Unless you have a eidetic memory or an emotionally eidetic memory. There are very rare human beings in this world who have eidetic emotional or semantic knowledge. I'm not one of them. So if you ever meet someone like that, you've encountered someone like the 0.01%. So for most humans, what I'm saying is pretty accurate, at least in time. Just some food for thought, right? Food for thought. There's a very, very distinct difference between someone who's mediocre at a skill but continue to sound enlightened versus someone who is very good at a skill and have no emotional awareness or philosophical or psychological awareness of the meaning of what they're doing, right? Someone can be incredibly talented and still be miserable and lacking meaning in their life. Which is, hopefully you hope for that person through their experience, they get to reach a plane of enlightenment that provides their life with meaning and substance and satisfaction, not the things dictated to them that should have value. It can help. It can definitely help guide you. It's, in the end, it's the eye of the beholder, right? Fun things. Sorry, I got a little too carried away with that one. Maybe a little bit. I talk about it a lot. Now, let's see if I missed in any opportunities during that. No, I didn't miss any opportunities. Oh, maybe one. I'm basically waiting for LFG, by the way. this is where I try to squeeze in a dungeon run, and the chat box is where I am. If you're not familiar with Neverwinter, but the chat box is where my cam is for courtesy, and I'm basically just waiting for someone to say like, look, LFG, a tank or a healer for the current dungeon in this module. I take this time to ruminate, since I'm technically not actively learning anything like from the game itself. It's upkeep. You have to do it in order to progress. So I take the time to talk about things that are in my head. I've been rattling Japanese terms in my head because I'm trying to prepare for tomorrow. Tomorrow is my review from memory, and I'm trying very hard to remember all of section 3, unit 1, all the way to unit 15. I think that's approximately, so you get about approximately 25 elements every unit. So if there's 15 units, oh wait, just kidding, that's slashed in half now because of the unit restructure. So you basically multiply an average of 10. We'll say 15 on average. By the time you get to section 3, you can probably remember 15 things, or like notice 15 things. So if we have 15 units, then there are 125 things I need to remember. A combination of grammar points, vocabulary. Yeah, grammar points and vocabulary. So 125 things, which is very not too bad. 125 things is not. So if I can come up with past 125 things tomorrow in the review from memory, then that's above average. It's good to go. I'll give it another like 10 minutes to see if I can pick up a dungeon run. If I can't pick up a dungeon run, then we're gonna move to Duolingo and continue my half-day review, just to squeeze in some more review time for tomorrow. Tomorrow's session is gonna be, it's looking to be like 8 hours. I'll spend like 2 hours for some stuff, 2 hours for writing, maybe 2.5 hours for grammar points, because that's a new thing that I'm doing. I try to do a new thing every single time. So that's the grammar section is gonna be 2 to 3 hours, and then we'll probably spend like 2 hours on recall, and maybe end with a lightning round, some like thoughts that came up, maybe video comments or something. Probably around 8 hours tomorrow. Gotta prepare. Still haven't finished preparing. Nope, doesn't look like we're gonna get any. It kind of looks like no people interested. There aren't any people interested. Maybe we'll squeeze in a random queue. End the day. Looking for 3 more. Bale hardcore ×6. Fast runs for AD and companion upgrade token. I didn't realize you could do that. Interesting. Nope. Yeah, it looks like people are already moving on. Yeah, this is one of the... I feel Cryptic / Dika really need to reevaluate how long they're requiring these currencies and benchmarks, because man, I think the bootstrapping required, the number of runs required, interest moves even beyond that already. So like you don't half of this content is not even half of this gear is not even relevant because of loss in interest. It's too long. It takes too long. Like I have to wait 2 more weeks to even gain access to this, which by then it's irrelevant. This is irrelevant. I guess you can make an argument if someone comes back to play this content, they could use this as a stepping stone, but then that becomes irrelevant because they matriculate past this by themselves, kind of like shooting themselves in the foot for the time they invested. And how much currency do I have of the other thing for completing? Let's see. How many currency? I have 60. So 60, I need to do 4 more runs to even get the offhand or the main hand just from completing it. And I'm already even beyond that, honestly. Oh, there, Betty. Oh, we'll give it, so the local time right now is 6:12 p.m. I will give it till 6:30 to see if someone LFGs a run. What else can we talk about while we're here? Let's see. Or maybe like, nope. Okay. What am I trying to run? Oh, we're just looking for a random group for the Advanced Imperial Citadel. It has to be a random group though. And I have something else to do today. So this is the period of time where I sit here and see if anyone wants to make a random group, and that's about it. It's not really necessary. I just give it some time. What else can I say? Let's see. I think the bands are okay. You can still do like the first boss clear, like a first boss run in Master. Doing like first boss farm of Master Imperial Citadel is, yeah, that's a hard sell. I think at this point still default to Demon's Web Pit for first boss farm. The distance is manageable and you're less likely to get bopped. Yeah, it looks like we are out of luck today, so I guess I might as well just nope, out of luck today. I thought we could do an RTQ before the end, before we switch gears. Got 16 minutes left. Anyone? The last person that asked for something that I missed was 3 minutes ago. So maybe if I was paying attention, it was only one. Yeah. Come on, folks. We need some brave volunteers. Looking for heals for Master Demon's Wet Pit. Wrong module. Or not really wrong module. Not what we're looking for at the moment. I guess we can just do an RTQ. I see that roll bonus pop up. That means this is gonna instantly pop when I hit join. So I'll just do this. Meanwhile, perhaps after this, it won't take more than 10 minutes, right? Or like 15 minutes. See if some brave soul wants to pug up advanced Imperial Citadel. You don't really like the Imperial Citadel that much? Can you elaborate? What is it about that you don't like it? Advanced defense of the defensive moon dancer is pretty fun. Oh, you returned from a quite a long break? I see. Oh, you're just getting into those? Oh boy. No, sorry. I'm talking about the Demon's Web Pit thing. Just the the first boss. Yeah, when that my comment about well, you know how first boss farms, right? If you're doing at some point, I'm sure you're gonna, from a long break, you're gonna do like first boss farms for like specific things, like Master's Demon's Web Pit. When you do first boss farm, is kind of nice, yeah, as a surrogate. But yeah, that first boss is it's interesting. It's different, but not for everyone. And if you were doing like first boss farm or like Masters, right? Masters first boss farm, probably wouldn't pick the Imperial Citadel as what most people would be like, hot dog, let's go and do first boss farm of Master Imperial Citadel, as opposed to like this one. Because look at it, it's around the corner, right? And you can skip this mob. Here's the first boss. And most of the stuff here is comparable. So if you're like doing first boss farm in order to like complete a Masters later, Demon's Web Pit, just around the corner. Yep. Although you have to admit, the Moon Dancer thing is kind of a cluster too. Only you have a lot more members, so it's kind of like a brawl. So that was their thing. Like, that's the thing that they said they were doing for the last two modules. A more spin on like mob clustering. At least you know the mechanics without thinking about it. That's fair. Yeah, that's fair. I'm sure you'll feel at home eventually with Imperial Citadel too. Welcome back, by the way. Overall, do you feel like your long break is it positive? Like, do you like it? Yeah, do you like it overall from your long break? How long has it been? I play this game daily, like 30 minutes to an hour for like the last 10 years. So 7 months. Okay, 7 to 10 months. Nice. And you're having fun? Excellent. I don't know if you know, but there might be a lot of changes coming in the future, possibly. I don't know at the moment, but there's a change in organization in this game. So like the developers, Cryptic, the people that have been maintaining it, they're being integrated into another group because of like upper management and stuff. So it'll be interesting. This recent module, I think, might be the last module that was under whatever the group was left of Cryptic. And now there's gonna be like mixed groups from two different dev groups. It'll be interesting if they swap it up, the building philosophy again. So we'll see. Yeah, I like when things get swapped up. Yeah, I'm no stranger to wanting my games to constantly be trying new things, in my opinion. But that, you know, some people might not might not enjoy that as legacy players, you know. Because you mentioned the whole like comfy thing, right? Being comfy. My comment here is maybe it's all right if you're not comfy now, because they might start doing things that we would all get comfy again together. We'll all go back to trying to get comfy again, right? Yeah, they really try to go away. For the Spelljammer, they really try to do the whole chaos and lots of ads, like things, lots of things on screen kind of theme. Yeah, either lots of mechanics, like mechanics back and front, or doing lots and lots of ad phases, tons and tons of ad phases. I'm just trying to focus getting CW and Bard to endgame. Those are solid choices. You want to do all the endgame stuff? Well, I hope you get to do, I hope your the game continues to be an enjoyable experience until then, right? So that you're able to experience the endgame stuff. You just made a Bard when you return? Oh, that's interesting. Some weird addiction. That's good. Genuine interest, if I've ever heard any. My three, I'm waiting on my paladin because largely I'm trying to fill healing or tanking, but barbarian is my most played. I played the 3 tanks. That's pretty much all I've relegated to doing most of the time. So I play all 3 tanks. And then my only healer flex is Oathkeeper by coincidence. Or by coincidence, by convenience. Largely I don't pay and give. So you will probably not see me pay and give. Unless somehow everyone wanted to be tanks and healers, then maybe. Nothing like a guy dying in the middle of fireballs by taking a beam to the face. You wanna play CW because its progress is furthest, but I really like Barb and Paladin. Justicaring, yeah, fair enough. Justicaring is definitely the Swiss Army knife, in my opinion. Even at the moment, or pretty much consistently, the Swiss Army knife. Yep. I wouldn't try to pick up that guy, my friends. Wow, how did that guy not die from... Did you see that? That guy not die. Thrown backwards trying to revive player, yeah. I'm reading comment. Yeah, these two, I think 1 or 2 of the guys are new. It's pretty clear, obviously 2 of them are new to this. That's why they're getting caught off guard. And then there's a few guys the one guy is telling the other guys like don't get hit by these beams and stuff. but obviously I'm very familiar with this game, so usually I have time to. You don't really. It's not too much for healing. But changing to tank costs so much AD. Trying to get more epic enchantments for Hero's Path and cult. Yeah, Hero's Path. It's pretty clear to you. Second boss, not so much. Oh, interesting. Yeah, the second boss, because they have like there's some randomness. What is this guy saying? Roar are you wow blade spin. I don't know what language that is, but I have no idea what that language is. Roar are you w wow blade spin. Glitching, gonna reconnect, just a sec. Okay. I don't know what's happening. I don't know what's happening to the guys. I queue randomly all the time. I'm like a pugger. I pug and solo queue because that's what keeps things fresh for me. Yeah. There's really little, seeing all kinds of players. There's really little for me, like, if you get gear and stuff, that's fine, but it's not. I wouldn't be playing this game for the gear. Trust. Do not focus on things that are tenuous. I think the players are why you're playing a multiplayer game, right? So I like to like play stories with my head. Like, what do you think this player is doing? What do you think this player is thinking? For Demon's Web Pit, I think you can get away with playing with one hand. For healing, you can get away with playing with one hand as long as you center your cursor properly. The amount of cursor I have now, it's about at 25. As long as I can predict well enough, situate myself. Same with CW Kappa. Yeah, for this part it's fine. You just have to make sure there's a specific distance in front of you. Pretty colors. Oh, someone's definitely new here. I like it. Get new players all that. Oh, okay. Okay. Bunka? There's like battles in 6 different fronts. And there are only three players, but it feels like there are 6 separate engagements going on at the same time. All right, guys, wait. Why are you guys going back? I think there might be one person. I think there's a chance only one of the people know where they're going. Yeah, just one. It's definitely not the tank, obviously. It's definitely not the tank. And then it's not the person that's following the tank as well. I love seeing clueless player explore a dungeon. It's a work of art, indeed. Like, there's an art form to exploring, right? People have their ways of exploring. It's practically an art. Like, what do you do when you have no idea what's going on? Art. Take a chance. Okay. I think it's great. But you know, when you're the first stuff, when you're doing like the super endgame stuff, whenever you are the first stuff and you get into an endgame stuff, everyone already knows even before they do the stuff, right? They don't like going in uninformed. So most of them probably already preview sharded most of the things and whatnot. So when you go in, it's like business as usual, where like you don't even see legacy players get lost in content when if you weren't part of the preview shard things. I don't do preview shard things anymore, but you don't even get that experience when you're playing with legacy players, because legacy players have a lot of checks and balances that prevent them from doing the aimless wandering or going backwards and getting turned around and stuff. All right. This one, I think the one mechanic, this one that's unexplained, is what is the minimum distance to prevent the boss from hopping to you during the non big guy phase, non-demon phase. So like, I've got this guy's name. Oh yeah, it's Grump. Like you have to stay about this distance so that so that he doesn't jump to you. Oh, see that. And that can disorient people. Like it can confuse first time tanks too. It's not an aggro loss, it's just a leap. And this is from the clock tower. This is a mechanic from the clock tower actually. So the very first dungeon, you know, over 10 years ago, it's a clock tower mechanic where if you're too far away, they leap to a random target. Yeah, you have to stay close enough but not get swiped by that. Which that is I think that was in Cragmire as well. It was great. I was there for the launch of this game. It was pretty dang. They were on Cloud 9 back then. And then Tiamat happened. It's kind of unfortunate. I mean, they survived Tiamat, but man, at the early days, it was insane how long people stayed on this game. This used to be a social hub. Like the players I were with, we logged in just to chat, like sit there and talk about, hey yo, how was your day? Like, yeah, work was all right. Like, what'd you do today? Like, it was like a coffee table thing. It's like, wait, hold up, I gotta go get my coffee. And you just pull up a coffee and you sit there and you do like Foundry stuff and whatnot. Man, this game was totally different in terms of the social aspect. People legitimately just sat in here. It was kind of like World of Warcraft when before I played World of Warcraft. People logged in to keep their avatar active, right? So that it's like a chatting platform. Nowadays, obviously, social media is like Discords and stuff is preferable. You don't necessarily have to keep a active avatar in a game. But these Neverwinter was close to that time when MMORPGs are a social platform as well. They were becoming social platforms, and then social media happened. You can't heal one-shots, obviously. Someone is bugging out. That guy is bugging out. So that's why that dude is standing still, by the way. They don't or maybe they're getting food because they're talking about seafood pizza. I have no idea what's going on. One of them talked about seafood pizza. Probably that guy over there. That's probably getting pizza right now. Yeah, Orcas most definitely will smash that one guy one hit. Okay. Well, we'll just make sure to keep him alive while this is happening. Okay. Everything's fine. I think our tank might be lagging as well. Oh no, he might have just been stunned. Nope, our tank is gone. Okay, now it's not fine anymore. We can't. The tank just left because the other guy is basically AFK. I guess maybe we can find another person. We'll see. Hang on. Yeah, pull this up. Wait, you can't even request reinforcements in the middle of this? What's going on here? That guy is pretty beefy though. Random queues. This is what happens when you solo queue. Pretty colors. Grump could have trapped the queen if we didn't get here in a conflict of same interest. Conflict of same interest. That's called a conflict of interest. Or not a conflict of interest. That's called having the same interest. I think we're okay for completing this boss, so it's not that. And then someone said, oh, seafood pizza. Oh, who's that? I have no idea what these guys are talking about even. I don't even know who they're talking to. Amazon delivery and a dumb roof window gutter serve guy for free. Never mind. Oh, okay. So that guy was answering the door or something. He's that the ranger is back. I don't know. They had something to do. They had to go check the door or something. I don't know. This boss is fine. There's no tank buster for this boss. So regardless if there's a tank or not. And there's no tank queuing up. So this might be a bust. Unfortunate, but it happens. I imagine the tank guy was like, nah, I'm done with this. That was the way the tank left is not a DC. It's an abandon. So we know for sure the guy left intentionally. The question is, are they gonna hit hard enough? Okay, sure. Sure. This is also probably why I would oath keep as opposed to a like, yeah, the last boss will be kind of tough for them. If they stand in the poison, there's nothing much I can do. It's not like divinity is endless. Like my divinity recovery is not good enough for three people to stand in poison. What do you know? Bailers still fall over even in this realm. Oh, it looks like someone knows about D&D though. Yeah, Avernus. They're talking about being able to knock down the mobs. Oh hey, we found a tank. Nice. It's another paladin. Another Justicar. Who would have thought? Guys, I need you to hit harder, please. Played it for years, then took off and returned like 2022. I see. I think the world would go without social media and all technology for 1 year, then society would probably change for the best. It would definitely change, for sure. It would definitely change. Although, without social media, there will be other social platforms, right? I think social media, the social media you're referring to would be in a different state. It would be a different type of social media. Like back in the days, it would be drinking at bars, for example. So the question is, it is definitely going to be different, but wishing something or thinking something away is a multifaceted question that has unpredictable consequences. However, we could rewind the time and think about the absence of social media before social media. How did people interact? Well, if the current maybe the current generation would be more practiced in non-social anxiety situations, like be more practiced in socializing situations that doesn't promote distant social anxiety, for example. I address social anxiety a lot because of the understanding the nature of impact on social media and communication skills, like person-to-person communication skills. It's not to say that social anxiety disappeared or wasn't there before social media, right? It was definitely very felt. However, instead, it's obligatory for the most part prior to social media, the way people interact. It would be interesting how it would develop without social media. Would bars still become a central hub for interaction, conventions? If social media wasn't here, how would they have adapted to COVID, for example? Lots of hypothetical situations here. I think COVID would present a very different obstacle without social media for COVID. We might still there might be less panic, right? But at the same time, less awareness of COVID. It's very a multifaceted question when you remove something very influential, right? It would be a little bit different if it was something that is very niche and has very compartmentalized impact. We must not forget that most of our funding, technology, all the conveniences that you have, right? Language learning, right, Gabriel? We talk about language learning a lot. Language learning apps, all those are a product of social media. They are heavily influenced by the existence of social media. So the things you love would not exist. You would not be aware of Hanzi and a lot of things unless you somehow uprooted your life and entered a country that would not be bridged without social media and technology. So imagine a life without having awareness of things around you unless you're privileged enough to be in those presence. Those are a lot of things that come with consequences of social media and technology. You and I would not have met. We wouldn't be able to talk about Chinese the way we talk about now. Plenty of things. I might not be as enlightened as I am now. Maybe I wouldn't be able to make such observations. I would have to become a sociologist or access to some government clearance in order to have access to data that allows me to make observations about human behavior, as opposed to freely available candid behavior, right? The idea of social media provides candid observations. You can make candid observations about people's behavior regarding their public image and what they do and behave. At least a lens into it. Not the complete picture, obviously, but definitely freely accessible. Than trying to operate on cautiousness. we would be in a world once again with highly unpredictable, possibly even fearful xenophobia. It's part of the natural human condition. Fear of the unknown. For better or for worse. All the things I talk about in language learning, like the things I notice, are also consequences as well. Like, oh, you have to learn a certain way. This is the best way. That's also a consequence of social media and technology. So I'm willing to take that for the increased information that people have access to, probably. In another 5 or 10 years, I imagine it'll look a bit more normalized, like balanced. You know, you're gonna have pushback, you're gonna have normalization, there's gonna be some tweaking and refinements. The internet is still very young in a long history of humanity. Yeah, almost thrown off the path in the hole. This person's living it up. I think this person really likes this. I feel like that person definitely knows some D&D trivia. Alright. This might be a little tough for me, actually. So if they stand... So there's a thing about this boss, right? Not everyone can see the purple haze. But the other mechanics are fine. But not everyone can see the purple poison cloud. And without being able to see the poison purple cloud, that's where the killer will get gimped really hard. So we'll see if we get lucky. And the purple toxic cloud, they don't just sit in it. Even on normal, there's not enough divinity to cover a proportionally less durability on the players, because you're like, I can't heal this, for example. Like, if they die to these things, I can't do anything about that. You can't stop them from getting gibbed here. I can't stop that spider from eating my face too. Okay, so we're just gonna stand on top of this guy here. Nope. That guy is horrendously weak. Yep, and I can't stop these either. The ranger is new, and the ranger is not new. The Ander might not be new. The tank is new. And the tank is not using a... I can't save this guy either. Even if I stand... Well, oh. Okay. Okay, the bard knows. The bard knows. And, yep, see. I can't stop the spider from eating my face and then preventing me from moving. And this guy doesn't block at all. He's not that... The tank is not that durable. You have to block that. It's very... very advisable. Oh, well, they blocked something. And I'm pretty sure that guy is running around with Divine Touch. I just saw the Paladin use Divine Touch. Yeah, that ranger knows what's going on. But yeah, that tank is pretty boned. Yeah, that tank is pretty boned. They're using their divinity to heal themselves, but they need more mitigation. There are two guys that know this this boss. The tank is not one of them. It's fine though. I think this guy can dodge tank the entire time. I think. Oh no. Too close. That's full tracking. I got interrupted by a spider again. Okay. I'm trying to A-tick or M-tick. I usually do advance because if you can't find advanced groups, you can't find master groups. The default is advanced. Not both. It's not there's not I don't have enough time to do masters. It would have to be pre-planned with people I know. Oh, right now they're quite a bit searching for both. That's cool. In a sec. I have to complete this first, right? At the time I was waiting. At the time I was waiting, there wasn't anyone. Or random bugs. Okay. That guy is explaining everything. The ranger is actually literally typing everything while they're playing. Pretty good. Impressive. I like it. Okay. Vertimus is explaining everything in real time. Does that still work? Oh yeah, that does work. Huh. Probably only works in normal, right? Picking the mob off. I think I don't know if they're ready for the purple, the invisible purple toxic cloud. I saw some other people's feeds sometimes. You can't see, not everyone can see it. And it's not because they are not paying attention. It's not visible. You have to like know what the area looks like. When you see the animation, you have to know how far it is or where it is. Because if they stay in it, I can't stop them from dying. Okay. There's the haze, right? Yeah, like it's invisible. Now it's visible. You see the purple stuff. Most players will take like 20 ticks of that before even seeing purple, and then they just stand in it because they didn't think it was hurting them. And then pretty much that's like all the divinity. And the person that is the bard is dodge tanking right now because the tank is unable to what do you do? all right, sure. This is the part I hope that they're not standing in it, but they are. And there's no way I can heal through that. And then I can't heal through this anymore. It's impressive though. They're doing it. They're doing it. Tap dancing. Get on top. Can I get a friend, please? Oh, okay. It only takes 2 to divide it pretty well. It's fine. You silly goober. Keep on tap dancing. Oh, please don't stand there. Get out. The good news is, one of the good news about this is, since the guy is tap dancing around, most people are constantly moving. If they don't continue moving just out of habit, they're going to die anyways. They're gonna get one shot, and I can't do anything about that. And now I need at least one other person to... Okay, we're gonna take this guy as the healing target here. Yeah, because we need to stop him from dying. Oh yeah, take care. Reti. Take care. Thanks for hanging out. Good luck with everything. Alright. We're good. One plus one equals 2, right? Oh, I stream tomorrow, but I usually I only play Neverwinter on Mondays, on reset days. I'm usually learning Japanese with Duolingo. So if you want to chill with that, then that's something. Otherwise, maybe next week. Yeah, maybe next week if you're in, if you want to talk about Neverwinter. You love everything about Japanese? Oh, okay. Well, I'll see you then. Have a good one. All right, we did it. That's one way to do it. Wait, does this thing give me... I mean, I'm not gonna do Demon's Web Pit, right? Does this thing give me currency? Might as well just open for some extra AD. Yeah, sure. Oh, I mean, I'll take that. All right, we're switching gears now. That was fairly entertaining. Anyone want to try and advance? No, we're good. We need to get back to studying. Oh yeah, there's a ton of people now. There's a ton of people looking. Yeah, exactly what Reti said. There's a ton of people looking for the run. Of course. All right, well that's a wrap. There you go. That's what it still feels like when you're solo queuing. You get all sorts of walk of life. But I actually like, hats off to Cryptic or Dika. I hope they continue to maintain dungeons like that, or in my opinion, because you know, you have mixed bags, right? There are a lot of things that those dungeons still serve experience for, right? You can clearly see that the tank was very confused, and then someone is explaining it in the middle of the dungeon, and then lots of jankiness or lots of proficiency here and there. I think that's more fun or more entertaining, in my opinion, than business as usual. Adapt, right? All right, folks, there you have it. Wrapped up week 6. It's okay, pretty normal. Anything past milestone 4, bootstrap. So the next 4 weeks are the same, more or less. They're effectively the same, with minor things like an extra boon or something very unnoticeable, right? And they didn't even add extra weeklies, repeatable weeklies either this time around. So that's kind of interesting. All right, we're gonna change gears now. Not yet. Not yet, Duo. Not yet. Alright, I'm gonna take a quick bathroom break and I'll be right back. What's the fastest way to get through online school? Is just so painful. Yeah, unfortunately, I have no idea how to answer that question. I personally haven't had any experience with online school. And also, I'm out of touch with the online school scene. I think, for the most part, the closest online school experience I have is vicariously through people who take online classes and courses in college. Alright, before I start, welcome back everyone. It is day 103. This is going to be a half day so I can prepare for tomorrow's review. Once again, Maku desu. Maku desu. Minasan, konnichiwa. Yokoso. More on the thought about online school. I imagine you're doing it for college or something. Painfulness. Interesting. Can you not be doing something else and engaging yourself in a different way when you're taking online school? I can think of a lot of ways, but like to make it more engaging, I don't think it will speed up the process though. Generally speaking, it's kind of like Duolingo. Regardless if you want to speed up the process, you know, go through all the sections, you can skip, right? But usually I try to find ways to engage myself as opposed to skipping, right? Become creative, find ways to tether yourself to the education, right? I like going to school because of what I can do, not necessarily what the school can do for me. For example, the classes and stuff provide the source of inspiration, but my engagement and stress is predicated on what I am incapable of doing. So that is the personal challenge to myself. If something is boring, grindy, unengaging, it's a challenge to myself to be creative, to engage myself. The problem with online school is that it is not engaging. It just feels like lesson after lesson, like a chore list. No human interaction, just assignment to assignment. This is the challenge you have. That is exactly what I said. Yep, Gabriel. And that is the challenge you're going to have to take up if that's something you have to do. My thing, you know, there are things that engage you, right? There are things that you are already familiar that engage with you, that engage you from day to day. My advice, honestly, is not advice at all. It's more like a food for thought. If you're able to learn and self-study already, are you able to deconstruct the things that engages you in your self-study in order to apply them to the schoolwork, right? You're saying it's just assignment to assignment. So how do you frame the assignments with a lack of interaction, no human interaction? How can you do that for yourself? Do you have any skills that you have done? Self-studying is a great example of that. So if you're able to somehow transcribe some of the things that engage you in self-study to apply it to your online school, that might be a great place you can be creative and exercise your creativity in how to make that engaging, right? Yeah, without knowing more information, right? Knowing and being familiar with someone personally and figuring out their coursework and all that stuff, it's difficult to provide any specific example. Sometimes having a friend go through the assignment with you, like a classmate, that can introduce a form of human interaction that provides the day-to-day assignment grind. So the person that I know who's also taking college courses, and especially because of their circumstance and commute, they also take a lot of online courses if they can. They know me personally, and my friendly advice and encouragement is often I either engage in the assignment with them. I don't go to school, But the idea is they clearly are not engaged and are bored or something. I would engage in the activity with them and continue to encourage them, to show them that if you can find a classmate, Discord servers, if you have Discord servers. So what he did was he was able to find ways to find other people to interact indirectly, not with like the professor or the teacher, but they do that too. Most of the time I encourage them to do that because engagement definitely can be hard to find if you yourself can't imagine it. So instead of relying on yourself, you can find inspiration elsewhere. So he's like in the class Discord, he helps other people, he helps his other classmates, the other classmates sometimes help him, but usually the other way around. I think this friend is very highly sociable and able to perform really well. So having that extra step where this person is helping someone else is very engaging, right? So some ideas. Doing work together is certainly one way to do that. Helping another person who's struggling is also another way to engage in the activity as well, right? Okay, what am I gonna do today? So I want to keep this to like I was gonna do a total recall. Should we do a total recall? Let's do some total recall here. So we need to know all of these sections, the 15 sections, right? So what stuck out to me? We're gonna use English. It will be too long for me to write in Japanese, maybe. The things that I think my predicate knowledge is pretty low right now. So let's say let's go through some predicates that are within the first within the first 15 units of section 3. We have Saku. That was one of them during the festival discussion. And we have lots of meetup words and stuff. Deru. Tsuki. Hiku. Or catching a cold, actually. That's kaze o hikimasu, something like that. Any other specific one? We have naderu. Modoru. Okoru. Okuru. Okoru. Okoru. Prepositions are probably the weakest because they're not listed either, so I have to remember them as much as I can. We have akeru. Akeru. Like mado o akerimasu. Open a window. Or open a window. I open a window. Norikairu. Being used as a switch. Specifically like in the context of transit. Densha, taxi, bus. Shikatetsu. Goki. Fune. All our mass transits. Kuruma. Denshia. Or no, Jidensha, sorry. Bicycle. Right. I don't know. I think it's I'm gonna say it's Akuru. I don't know if it's Akuru. No, Aruku. Arukimasu? Does that sound right? Arukimasu? To walk? I was thinking of the different ways. I think it's Arukimasu. That one's gonna be a little tough. I don't know if Suwarimasu. No, Suwarimasu is not in this section. It's not in section 3 so far. Like, it's well before that. Suwarimasu to sit. Oh, we got some special ones like Denwa shimasu. Denwa suru, right? The phone. Shokai suru. To introduce. Are there any other surus? Suru links? No Ryoko suru. I think that's before section 3. Oh, this one's faint too. You know what I noticed as well about society? Society believes that having more is considered better than having less. Quantity versus quality is being pushed more, and I see it in your classes. 5+ sentences just to explain a simple topic. Answer is both, right? It's a balance of both, but when you push one in the other, it gives away the other. Yeah, that's fair enough. Quantity over quality, I can see that. You can still have quality quantity, but yeah, if you push quantity over quality, then the quality is spread to spread among the quantity. Yeah. Okay. Okureru, right? Okureru. To be late. Okureru. I think. Wait. Yeah. Okureru. Dekiru was an old one. I think Dekiru is an old one. To know or to be able to have the capacity to do something, to be proficient in something. Oh, I think though, I think Naru is in this section. To become Naru. Yeah. Like Hatachi. Oh no. I don't. This one, I thought of another Sudo, but it's kind of hard. It's in the same unit. So Tsukio, like so Tsukio Suru or something like that. So Tsukio Suru, to graduate. That might not be the full thing, but it's close enough. So Tsukio Suru, to do graduating, to graduate. It might actually not even be a Suru. It might be like so Tsukio mas or something. It's something like that. So that's something I have to remind myself to remember. I haven't done this before where we only think about predicates. There's so many predicates. Predicates are almost exclusively Japanese, and they can get mixed up a lot very, very quickly. So Tsukio? Sozukyo or no? Sotsukyo? Sotsukyo? Gyo? Yeah. Sotsukyo shimasu? Yeah. Okay, so that, yeah. And then they used it as a Sudo, with Sudo to graduate. Okay, so Tsukyo. I remember that because it's still hard for me to say. So like Tsuts, like into that is still difficult for me. I still need time for that. What? Thanks for the confirmation, because I wasn't very sure about that. I want to come up with maybe 3 more predicates, like the tsu into, yeah, the tsu into the gi. No, the soul in front of the sotsukyo. So the soul having like, I kind of pause too much on the soul. So sotsukyo. Yeah. There's another one that does that, where you have like the soul in front, like Z's and S's together, like and she's and cheese next together, like shichi, shichichi or something, shichiji, right? Lots of the S and Z's when they're together, and they're kind of absent in English, or they try to reduce it in English. So she sells by the seashore. Deal. What other, like, I'm trying to think of all the, like, the special use case predicates, because these are all the most of these predicates are use case predicates. It's not the same as like taberu and nomu and stuff, and kairu, like iku and kuru and aru and iru. Not so we're trying to like kind of spend a little bit time recalling some of the section 3's special use cases. There's also narabu. I think yeah. We have the concert thing. Narabu. I mean, I will throw in noru as well. To get up, to get on, or take, or etc. Because we actually got the kanji for noru. I think noru was introduced a little bit before section 3. Trying to go through like the work issues. Work issues, we already got angry. No, and then we got the introduce. Are you trying to recall what I learned? How do you know if you forgot something? I don't. I'll know afterwards, granola. I start the day with knowing what I do know, and then I follow the day up by reminding myself of the things that I have not forgotten but cannot recall from use cases. Asian teachers in general don't like to really learn more about their language. That is kind of actually fair. However, instead of saying Asian teachers, I would say monoculturally inclined, monoculturally normalized people don't have much motivation to rediscover their language or continue learning their language. It's also one of the normalizations of English that makes English's standardization, the bottom line for English, is very low. Like, for example, if you're, a lot of times people refer to the United States, average English level, probably high school. You don't learn anymore past high school. So why are native speakers so heavily praised? They're the majority. They set the standards. They set the standards. So if you excel at a language, like for example, if you excelled at English, you will sound unnatural because you're not the normal. You're not normalized. Like, not everyone sounds like a politician, for example, but a politician executes at a higher level on average in English. So that's why when people say, oh yeah, native speakers, certainly, but there are different types of native speakers. There are specialized speakers who sound unnatural, and there are speakers who sound natural. Natural is colloquial. That's the idea of colloquialism. The normalized statistical average is the most normal thing. So do I sound normal? Typically, I don't. That's why people listen or take notice. My vocabulary and my diction is quite different from the normal streamer, right? The normal streamer has a diction that is very stereotypically different. I'm not saying bruh to mean 45 different things right now. Bruh, right? So I would sound unnatural technically as an English speaker, or I would be an unnatural streamer on Twitch because my diction is different. So oftentimes I don't necessarily enjoy or like to think about when people start using words like natural and unnatural and casual and hardcore, it's very difficult to tackle that question. Native speakers don't necessarily mean they're competent speakers. And then competent speakers don't necessarily mean they're skilled speakers. You can be skilled without being you can be skilled without sounding native or like natural. And natural sometimes is interchanged with being native, but a native speaker doesn't sound like me. I'm gonna be real. The diction and the vocabulary and the esoteric verboseness, that's not how most Americans sound. The way people determine that I'm American is based on my accent, not on my diction. So, however, it tells people how educated I am, I suppose. Like, for example, I don't sound like someone who is at a high school level. At least I don't think so. I don't intentionally try to sound like a high schooler. I don't want to be deceptive in the sense that, oh yeah, look at me, I know a lot of things, and then I undermine my own credibility by, you know, trying to mislead someone in using diction that doesn't reflect my educational level, that kind of thing. But it's very unnatural. The way I talk and talk to people, I generally excuse myself. Like if someone says, oh, English is my second language, I have to consciously try to not sound unnatural, like as in uncommon, because it will be very hard for someone to understand. You don't use words or turn of phrases and be incredibly esoteric. Like sometimes I do it because that's what I want to do. I want people to understand me the way I am. However, I have to be very sensitive to the idea that when you phrase and present ideas in the language that you command, you may not sound natural if you know a lot about something. It usually becomes incredibly esoteric. The problem with learning from a native speaker is like a rich person who was born into a rich family, how to get rich. Yeah. It's very difficult. You have to, in my opinion, pre-selection is very important. Determining a person that has empathy and being able to realistically have overlapping experiences is probably a gold standard. So this is a hot take, actually. This is a hot take. Many people, in my opinion, I've already been fought against by this. I prefer someone who's able to empathize, like say like if you're British, if you speak Brazilian Portuguese and you found a Brazilian Portuguese streamer who's learning Japanese and you want to learn Japanese, to me, I prefer that that person seek learning experiences from that person and acquire the accent, whatever that accent is, then taking their chances with someone who cannot relate to what what their steps are. Like I don't know, it's not as bad, it's not as startling if it was like an American English speaker, but if you go into native English, like if you go right to a Japanese person who perhaps didn't even bother learning English or Portuguese, it can still work. I'm not saying it can't work, just like Duolingo can work, but it will take a different path. It wouldn't be a gold standard. The gold standard is having a person that quite literally have gone through the steps that you would have. That is like the ideal case. Does that happen very often? Not really. So the idea is you keep stepping down and you keep finding something that's relevant, right? Before focusing on a gold standard that involves X, Y, and Z, so many possible givens. Like for example, many of the strategies, in my opinion, that are optimal, quote unquote optimal, it is under the assumption that this person has no lack of motivation. So they have a lot of motivation. They're self-motivated. They are competent about their competency, their proficiency. So these are all the axioms, the axia, the things that are assumed so that these approaches work. You learn excellently from a native speaker if, one, you want to be a native speaker, you want to stay native-like, you have no problems being in an environment that is completely ostracized from your original common language or mother tongue. So there are all these conditions you must meet in order for a native speaker to be useful to you. And that is the assumption. So before you check into your methods, you want to know, a lot of times people must disclose this. You must disclose as an expert how relevant you are, because you're dealing with the human component here. So yeah, do you want to sound like a native speaker, or do you want to learn Japanese? Because those don't necessarily have to be the same thing, right? You can learn Japanese without sounding native. So the question comes up to, like, you have to ask yourself, oh, I want to sound native. I want to learn from a native speaker. Go find a native speaker. And then because it's a choice that they made, they accept all the pros and cons about it. Do I want to sound like a native speaker? It's desirable, but it's not a necessity. So I don't go actively seeking a native speaker. If a native speaker just randomly falls into my lap, oh heck yeah. Like, come, let me learn from you, right? However, it's not a priority. So you gotta know your priorities, and it's lots of the methods deal with a level of self-awareness, and you have to be able to measure that before you can do it. Like the whole Krashen theory on secondary language acquisition, there's a lot of ifs, lots of ifs. You've already come with all the life skills of self-evaluation. You have a support system for emotional support if you have like negativity problems. You are not socially inept, as in like you have no combats with social awkwardness or social anxiety. There's a lot of things. You're well conditioned. Like, it's required to meet a lot of circumstances in order to optimize for those methods. But at some point, it's still up to the user. And not everyone has that luxury. And not everyone needs to be self-aware at that level. It'll work out if you have an overall combination of approaches, at least in my opinion. I see native speakers in this way. Native speakers are like the final boss in a video game, and so many people skip to the final boss and don't gear knowledge about the game mechanics to deal with it. That's interesting. And it is promoted heavily. Interesting. So that can be it if you're thinking about the bottom-up approach. Some people do the sink or swim approach, so trial by fire. So if you skip to the final boss, right? However, if the boss is not mechanically hindered, as in the question you have to ask yourself is, are you mechanically hindered from completing the boss, right? There's a difference between an unachievable boss and an achievable boss. Well, in some cases, when a boss is not mechanically hindered, someone may just skip to the final boss, continue to do the final boss, and eventually develop the mechanical necessary for the final boss, to go clear the final boss. Lots of the things that people are afraid of, the insecurities about always knowing enough knowledge, is that there might be some, hindrance, as in it might not be possible to clear the boss. And that final boss is whatever your goal is, right? Without existing knowledge. So it's a balance between them. I err on the side of just enough knowledge to gain ground. If I can't gain ground, then I go find more knowledge. Knowledge is a facilitator of progress, not a determinant of progress. All the knowledge in the world does not create practice. So if you continue to spend all the time collecting knowledge, you also lack experience. So I collect enough knowledge to gain experience. And then that experience dictate if I need more knowledge. And sometimes they go hand in hand. So that's kind of the medium ground. I try not to spend too much time gathering knowledge where my experience can dictate what type of knowledge that I have. And this is contentious because in the field of secondary language acquisition, most people think that output is astronomically less relevant than input, right? The value of input is dramatically, this is also one of the gold standards. The value of input is greatly outweighs the output, especially in language acquisition. And I totally agree with that. Language acquisition, right? That's fine. Language acquisition. But I'm not so sure about learning. And what I mean by that is learning requires other things. Motivation, feedback, which may contribute to acquisition. However, we make this distinction between acquisition and learning, right? With output, if you have a balance of output and input, it can feed back onto its motivation to learn. So the thing about skipping to the final boss and then just keep doing it, like focusing on like output, and then that output creates feedback for input, that's kind of the idea, right? But both, I engage in both. I do output to inspire input while spending a few separate sessions and other things to gather input to bolster my output. So just not long ago, 2 days ago, I think it was yesterday actually, someone said that they did all input, right out of Fashion's book, I suppose. They did all input, and they told me that they went to Japan afterwards and was able to only output. I don't know what that means, but I can tell you that if you're doing all input, you're still outputting something. When I'm doing this, like when I'm recalling this is output right here. And then Granola asked me, am I trying to recall what I learned, and how do I know if I've forgotten something? By inputting. So I go through periods where I output. If I have enough knowledge, if I have enough input, I'll practice output with my current knowledge, and then I will continue to do input. The output is necessary to determine my current competency. If I don't regularly check my current competency, how would I be able to participate in comprehensible input? It would mean I would be completely dependent on a tool or a prescription by someone in order to determine where I am. And even when you do that, you still need to output something to determine where your current competency is. So being aware, you need to be self-evaluating. So you need to, in my opinion, one requires to find out where you need to measure, when, where, how you need to measure every once in a while. So regardless of your progress, how do you feel about your progress so far? If you're constantly inputting, you cannot, I disagree that you would be able to accurately know where your competency is. You need a form of output in order to consistently measure. So the gold standard is not to do all input, the gold standard is not to do output and then get input. My opinion is you find the balance of output and input that you can consistently do that provides motivation and feedback that allows you to develop enough awareness of where you are and what you need. So jumping to the final boss means, are you ready to jump to the final boss? Not what someone thinks you're ready. Are you ready to go to the final boss? Because when you are ready, then you get her done. At least in most under the assumption that all the knowledge you need is available, right? So like the final boss, if you do the final boss knowing nothing, but you know that the knowledge is in that final boss, where are you? Are you prepped? Do you need more knowledge before you approach it? It's the final boss. What's the final boss? To talk to someone with Japanese, like for some people, the final boss, right? I can do that anytime. Does that measure my level of competency? It doesn't. Like I wouldn't know how competent I am, but I would do the final boss anytime. If a native speaker suddenly says, "Hey, Maku, I have 30 minutes every day. I want to be your friend, and I want to speak to you for 30 minutes every single day." Heck yeah, let's do it. Am I looking for it? No. Am I ready for it mentally? Yes. I'm absolutely ready to interact with the people. I already talked about this when I was playing Neverwinter, but I look forward to the final stage. It's not because I need to gear myself. I expect myself to sound unnatural. I expect myself to learn when interacting with a human being. I always expect this. So I know that I won't be ready for the final boss. That's the difference, in my opinion. If you truly are an enlightened person, you will know that even if you think it's the final boss, it's not the final boss. Right? You continue to live. There's life beyond the final boss. So you're never ready. One of the most valley of despair going to enlightenment is that you're never ready for something in the ideal way of the way you're thinking about it. Like predicting the future. You are always up for the challenge when you're ready. As in, like some... I think this is enough recall, by the way. I'm gonna move along here. Like, for example, parenthood. If we don't have to use language. We could use parenthood. You can know as many things as you can possibly want outside of predicting the future, right? Outside of it, right? Predicting, I can't spell predicting the future. You are never ready for the future, as in like ready in the sense that you can predict the future. So concerning yourself with being that ready is, in my opinion, not understanding the human condition. You cannot predict the future. The idea is you're readying yourself. Do you feel comfortable enough to tackle the boss? I am. Anytime. Do I have to? No, not really. If the opportunity presents itself, sure. Right? If the opportunity presents itself, no matter what, I will continue to learn Japanese until the next time I can use it, which is probably sometime next year. Right? One of the downsides of this is it could slow your motivation. Right? It could make you complacent. There are trade-offs. Your complacency can sit in. It's like, oh yeah, you know, I have a year, procrastination sets in. Fair enough. Those are the pros and cons, right? We have to weigh all these things. Your motivation could go down, you could be complacent, and that's definitely something to concern yourself about. for those who are rushing into things, right, optimizing, that's a different story. Oftentimes rushing and optimizing creates incompetence, right? Or it may lead to incompetence. It's a tough thing to answer, really. In that scenario, it's like when you get the boss as a playable character. True, that can be a thing. Yeah. So I don't have to talk about language, but we can talk about parenthood. I like to talk about life skills because I think language learning is fairly close to life skill. I would honestly say though, it is both. It's a mix of both. I think getting caught up in what is the ideal form, it goes against the human condition. So if you're doing something, say if you're, and this is like an exception, it's one of like the stereotype. If something involves human interaction, in my opinion, I can make the argument that everything involves a human interaction. However, we're not going there. That's like philosophy stuff. Let's just say mechanically, pragmatically, if it involves a human interaction. You have to understand the human part of human interaction. You keep throwing around words like natural and unnatural. You know you know the irony in here? If you're talking about perspective on natural and unnatural, it is literally already unnatural for a Japanese person to see a not Japanese person speaking Japanese. So if you have that perspective as a person who's not Japanese, who's speaking Japanese, why are you concerned about being unnatural? The reality is that you are unnatural to begin with. Now, it might hurt your pride to accept that, but it is also the path to enlightenment. Right? If you want to exit out of the Dunning-Kruger's incompetence, you have to understand that there are things you don't know, no matter how much you try. But the idea is to be acceptant of it and continue to strive for competence, like to meet a sustainable relationship with it. There's nothing I can possibly do, in my opinion, for myself. No matter how much I want to do something, I will be thinking about things that a Japanese person does not think about. Even if this person learns English and tries to teach me with a method that combines English and Japanese, it is not natural for an English speaker to connect with a Japanese speaker who speaks English. So to be acceptant of that allows one to not have to concern themselves and worried or be frustrated about oh yeah, this gold standard, I don't agree with this gold standard. Like I don't agree with what this is forced upon. Well, the idea is you're able to do it in your own way and be inspired by other people's ways, right? I personally prefer, in my opinion, an English speaker who has acquired Japanese to inform me on how to sound naturally like an English speaker who speaks Japanese. How's that for meta level of cognition? Because I want to connect with an English speaker who speaks Japanese just as much as I want to connect with a Japanese speaker who only speaks Japanese, or maybe some English. But the reality is that Japanese person can't ever connect with me on a level that an English speaker who learns Japanese can. That doesn't mean we shouldn't try, right? I'm trying because I want to. I want to connect with a Japanese person. But to me, it's ethnocentric. Oh, I can't even spell ethnocentric. It's ethnocentric both directions, right? When someone is trying to learn someone's language, they are a foreigner, right? When someone only knows about they're xenophobic. To know others back and forth is to be less xenophobic, in my opinion, or less weirded out by unnatural things, right? So that's kind of how I feel about the whole thing, regardless of what people think and how they learn. I am perfectly content and acceptable that if I continue to only speak to English people who decides to learn Japanese, I'm content. I'm doing more than just staying with English. I'm also doing more than the Japanese person who only knows Japanese and who tries to educate English people in Japanese, right? That's different from a Japanese person who wants to understand English people who also is learning Japanese. It's very different. So the person I'm looking for is a Japanese person who has learned English, who likes American culture, and know that lots of Americans like Japanese culture. And that connection is something far rarer in this situation. I can't even emphasize how much rarer this situation where you have a Japanese person who's interested in the American culture and an American who connects with a person who's interested in the Japanese culture. It's so much rarer. Most of the time, it's a Japanese person who's learning English because they have to, quote unquote, have to. And then they make comparisons by prejudicially of favoring their own culture. That's ethnocentricity. I mean, if there's any country that gets accused of ethnocentricity, a lot of times it's Americans. So I mean, I live in a country that gets accused of ethnocentricity all the time. But you know what's funny about that? Japan houses 99.9% of native speakers. If we're talking about language in a scope of ethnocentricity, it's Japan. It's one of those countries. It has a incredibly high influence. An incredibly high influence that's disproportionate to how ethnocentric their language is. And that doesn't stop me from trying though, because I love their culture. I really love Japanese and their culture. But there's no denying the fact that Japan is so impressively influential on the world, and yet they have easily one of the most ethnocentric and xenophobic language exposure of so many countries. Can you make the same argument for the United States? No, you can't. Because you might find like 30% of English speakers in the United States among the entire world's population. So yes, the United States is quite influential, but at the same time, the language it uses, it's not disproportionately enriched in the United States. As in, if you decide to learn English, the gold standard isn't sitting in the United States. It's not sitting with any American English speaker. Am I gold standard for English speakers? That answer is an incredibly resounding no. Like, I don't actually think if I were to walk into a room, I get surprised, right? Weirded out, because I'm ethnocentric, right? Because I'm on a small island. I do honestly feel like I'm on a small island. When I walk into a room, if I can find someone who remotely sounds like me, like the way I use English and stuff, I am like the best buddy with this person. Immediately, it will be a connection unlike any other. It's like finding an English speaker who likes Japanese, who then went on to teach Japanese to English speakers. And then I happened to do this as well. The moment you meet this person, man, they are your best friends forever, right? It's you need this to happen, this to happen, this to happen, and this to happen at the same time. It's such a low percentage, right? Low percentage. But what Japan does not have is they don't have people outside of Japan. They do not have enough people outside of Japan to even create a gold standard or any standard outside of Japan. I mean, it checks out, right? The logic checks out. What is the best way to learn Japanese? Go to Japan. What is the best way to learn English? I don't know that answer. So, good luck. Good luck with that answer. Like, good luck. So we're talking about the influence of a language, right? We're talking about the influence of a language. Yes, it is very frustrating when you're trying to approach a language that there's a gold standard determined by people you can't be. You can't be these people. You cannot be Japanese if you're learning Japanese later. You are not. I mean, there are some extenuating circumstances. Like for me, I'm about to tackle Mandarin after tomorrow. We're gonna balance Mandarin, and where like even then I'm not Chinese. It's so hard for anyone to look at me and say, oh yeah, you sound like you were born in China. Like, no, you don't. Unless you really try hard to, it's perfectly fine. Like, what you want to do isn't what the reality can be, right? So, the idea is being acceptant of what isn't, what can't be, or what you don't know, and do your best. And I truly think that is the state of enlightenment that is desirable for someone to be very happy. Like, you do you, but in a genuine way, right? So this in my opinion is one of the big notions regarding highly influential places. So highly influential places, but their language is completely segregated. And if that segregation, if that gold standard doesn't appeal to you, as in you don't resonate with this gold standard, tough luck. Tough luck until they become more influential. The best, in my opinion, the most reasonable case you can hope for is pave your way and change, counter influence, spread the influence. So if I wanted to be an English speaking Japanese teacher, right, I would try to change the amount of people that are doing that. So what is a great way to do that? Find a way to encourage more English speaking people to learn Japanese. What's ironic about this after my journey in Japanese learning is that most people who are English speakers who want to learn Japanese, they want to become Japanese. Ironically. And it's through normalization. Japanese is highly influential, but it's highly segregated. So what happens is the people in themselves join the segregation. So then you have less people being motivated to learn Japanese. Because if you don't want to be Japanese, you can't learn Japanese properly. That's a huge barrier. I want people to both speak English and Japanese. Not just Japanese. In fact, some of the... Hello there, Canon. Hello there, Canon. Some people that I spoke to who I still resonate because they speak English, they would give up. They would give up English to know Japanese and like other Asian languages. So me and those people, we can get along. Like, it's not like you can't get along and reach an impasse, but I wouldn't give up English. For me, I want to keep English and also speak Japanese, right? It's different. So whenever someone says, oh yeah, you need to immerse. Like, no, I don't. I don't want to immerse. I want to be English and Japanese at the same time. When I watch movies, I don't necessarily immerse in movies. I think about the movie. And that's a choice. It's a personal choice. We have to make it clear. Like, if you're expressing that, then people won't get you mixed up, right? I like to think about the movie. I think about the writer, the author, how I relate to the writer and the author, as in me, my identity, and how that impacts my interpretation of this person's work. When you immerse, you are losing yourself in it. Like, you're trying to lose yourself in it willingly. I want to go to Japan and share the richness of my heritage while enjoying and participating in their culture. I want to learn Japanese, but also be able to encourage Japanese people to be interested in English. When you're trying to become native, this doesn't help. It doesn't help you. And I totally understand. So if you're not interested in spreading your own culture while participating, like culture exchange, if you're not interested in culture exchange, that's perfectly all right. Because I think the vast majority of people who learn Japanese wants to become Japanese. So they participate and almost become, like, ironically, here's the thing. Like, I don't know if people notice, but you do actually kind of become Japanese. But the thing is, the people who want to become Japanese can't be Japanese. So then they're constantly struggling on trying to be something they cannot. And they use that to project it onto someone who doesn't want to become Japanese. I want to culture exchange with a Japanese person, because I'm not striving to be something I can't be. So then the standards are different. Like, how do you learn Japanese? Don't think in English. Do not think in English. Right? Like, okay. I mean, everything about me and what I want to learn about Japanese is also important that I know what it means in English, right? When a Japanese person asks me, what does this mean in English? And then you're like, I don't know. It means this. It's like, well, okay. And that's the bane of native speakers, in my opinion. It's not Okay, it's a bane in the context, Gabriel, of what you're saying. Native speakers are concerned, if you're a native speaker, right, and they are more statistically likely to be concerned about their own language's importance. That's great. So they're a source of great knowledge, right? But if they're not, however, the emotional intelligence and the relevance can vary, because if they're concerned about their own language, what are the chances that they are concerned about your language? Right? Most of the comments and criticism you get are from other people who are learning the language. When you get critiques from a native speaker, their frame of mind is most statistically likely to be in the frame of mind necessary for their own proficiency. That can be very helpful, provided you have enough knowledge, right? And what you said, Gabriel, to make yourself feel ready. Make yourself feel ready to engage with the native speaker. Because to me, a lot of times when you engage with a native speaker and you don't determine if this native speaker is multicultural or multilingual, and what I mean by multicultural is multiculturally curious, they don't care about your culture. I know how that sounds, but they don't. They really don't. They care about teaching their language to you the best way they know. Right? Right? They're like, oh, you want to learn our language? This is the best way to learn our language. Like, how often do you know about my culture? Like, do you know how I learn my language? Is there any way you can, like, do you have any inspirations to speak like you but understand that my language has certain things that makes me do certain things? So they can't possibly know that if they're only concerned with their own language. It's very difficult, and it's not a bad or a good thing. The reason why they're probably very good at their language and they don't even need to process how to speak is because they're largely concerned with their own language. So it's great for observation, in my opinion. It's great to observe a native speaker. It's great to interact with the native speaker. If that native speaker is not interested in your culture, their advice is very not relevant because they can't possibly know what you're going through. And I totally get that people need to be prepared, and I'm prepared. I don't really care when it happens, honestly. If a native speaker just comes up to me today and say they have the time and place to culture exchange with me in language and culture, anytime, because that's an opportunity of a lifetime. You do not often meet another person who mutually wants to learn about you, gain experience from you, and you gain experience from them. It's totally different when someone is teaching you a language and they care nothing about your culture. Like, you really do hope that a teacher who moves to another country to teach a language also cares about the culture of the language they're teaching in. And that's what makes language teachers pretty amazing when they move away, right? It's like an English speaker who says, oh yeah, I'm committed. I love the Japanese culture. So when they go and teach English to the Japanese culture, you hope that that English teacher is, you know, projecting all of their idiosyncrasies and their understanding of the culture they came from. However, they are also interested in the culture they are teaching in. When you pick up any other native speaker, right? If you pick up a native speaker and you're like, oh yeah, this person speaks really good Japanese, and then you ask them for advice, do they only speak Japanese? Do they only do Japanese things? Do they only frame everything in Japanese? Then to me, objectively speaking, not even maybe objectively, like semi-objectively, one of the most reasonable conclusion is that that native speaker cares nothing about your culture, or very little, and they are probably ill prepared to offer advice that's relevant, right? So the idea here, I think, Gabriel, is to emphasize the idea that not all native speakers are ideal to give advice on speaking. It's kind of like the internet, where the internet thing, like I worked 10 years as a ... and then that somehow gives them all the credibility, right? It's like, wait a minute, wait, hold up. So are you saying, say the word is scientist, or even I'll go even better, a biologist. Okay, so you worked 10 years as a biologist, and then this person says something like, I know how to teach everything about biology. Okay. This is not a jab at the claims. Say this is true. All right. Say this is true. 10 years, this person actually knows everything about biology. Teach me about biology. And then this expert goes on and spouts all this information, and they didn't even ask. What is your background? How do you learn? Like, do you even know biology? Do you want to be a biologist? This right here. This right here is that on the Dunning-Kruger curve. But it's not, because if the biologist is over here for biology, they are here, right here, for emotional intelligence and people skills. Because this person did not ask or even know who are they even talking to? Like, who are they even teaching? What if this person is an engineer? Even weirder, like, what if this person thinks biology is a hobby and they don't want to work in science? They just think biology is interesting. So this person is going to go out and do their best thing without even knowing if they can even relate, offer any advice that's relevant to the person. So That, to me, is step number 1 when you need to select for quote unquote a good, maybe an applicable method or methods. Personally, I stick with methods because putting all your eggs in one basket is hoopla. It's something, I don't even know if I said that right. Sorry, my Keikona is slipping out. Putting all your eggs in one basket or methods, that is like saying you hope that this one method, you placed all your hopes onto one method, thinking that you are arrogant enough to think that you can determine right off the bat, right off the bat, right here, that the first couple methods you pick are the best methods for yourself without self-evaluation. Usually as you're learning, you'll come to realize that you need more methods. The first methods you pick are rarely ever the most ideal. It is all dependent on your interface with your sources and your own competence. So, no, Duolingo isn't always going to be the only thing I do. And it didn't. I started with Duolingo. Now I do like 6 or 7 different other things. Thanks, Manifest. Thanks. Ganbarimasu. Hai, ganbarimasu. That's kind of the idea, right? You're gonna go into this point where it's like, oh yeah, I don't know if I'm ever gonna get this. But the idea is that it's always self-adjusting. So the step 1 is you have to self-adjust, right? What are your skills right now? Who are you looking for? What can you do right now? The last thing I feel about people offering advice or you deciding what to do is much like jumping into the final boss, right? Jumping into the final boss. If you know you're ready for the final boss, then jump in. If you don't, then don't. Right? Figure out what you need before you jump into the boss. But the thing is, you have to be able to do that. Step 1 is often skipped. Can you tell how good a method is? Do you even know that? Like, how can you tell a good method from a bad method? I think that's probably the first question. This is also, by the way, step 1 of the scientific method. A lot of times that people skip over. Step 1 of the scientific method. Determine what your problem is. Collect, determine, and determine what you're asking. Like what is your question? What is your problem right now? Characterize it. Characterize the problem, right? You need to characterize the problem, ascertain the feasibility of the problem. Most people determine what a good and bad from a bad method is what other people say. And that's fine. That's okay. That's actually okay. That's part of the equation. It's part of the equation. Okay? Now that you know what other people say, what other people's XP, did you characterize other people's, what they said, what their XP is, and then determine if it's relevant to you? What are your characterizations? What's your background in education? What you already do? what you haven't done before, what's new, what's old, right? Are these things relevant to you? This is critical thinking. This is what I emphasize. It is critical thinking that is necessary for problem solving. Right? Following what people say and what their XP is zero critical thinking. You actually done nothing yet. You have not done any critical thinking at all. You didn't analyze anything. You didn't do anything that you contributed to it. You have accepted this as truth. You have accepted all these things as truth, right? And it can work out. It will work out if you try enough. If you try enough people's advice, it will work. I agree that by chance it will work out, and that's why I say try different methods, right? Constantly try different methods, because if I ever go back and suggest that you should think about things before you try, it will make it very difficult. So I'm trying to be as sensitive as possible, or at least the way I am able to. I tell people to try as many things as they can. Try many things as they can, because most of the time nowadays the social norm is to find someone they sort of relate to, which is healthy, because you want to find someone you relate to. When you can find someone you relate to, there's a higher chance that whatever they do and whatever they say is relatable. So when they give advice, there's a high chance that happens. So to circumvent most of these things, I encourage people not only to try many things, but to interact with more people, or even have parasocial relationships with more people. Invest in people, because those people will have many things to offer, and they are more likely to have relatable advice to you. Fine, if you're learning Japanese and you're an English speaker and you live in the United States, scout around and find an American who speaks English, who happens to love the Japanese culture and cares about the American culture as well, right? Because if they care about the American culture, they are more likely to give you examples, analogies, and be able to frame most Japanese learning experiences that are relevant to you. It doesn't matter if you don't sound like a native speaker, in my opinion. That relevancy, you will feel like time flies, right? Because everything you do, you're having fun with this person. You're relating, and whatever this person says, it makes it feel like they can connect with you. So that connection is priceless. It circumvents grinding against someone who doesn't care about your culture and doesn't care about your problems, right? So even in a parasocial way, when that person like screws up, you feel it. You're like, oh yeah, you're right. Okay, I have that same problem. What did this person do? Oh, okay. Meanwhile, if you're learning from a native speaker, it's like, well, that native speaker probably, there's a high chance that native speaker never had that problem in the first place. So what are you going to observe them for? You have to observe them for the things you want, but they won't solve your problems because they don't have those problems, in my opinion. They may. So you get lucky. There's a chance the things they do can solve your problem. You're taking a chance. It's still less of a chance on someone who already has done it. And that's kind of the idea. I know people tend to focus on the downstream effectors, right? Jump to the boss. What is the boss? Start learning Japanese. That's the boss battle. Okay, not becoming fluent in Japanese. The boss fight is how to start Japanese, self-evaluate. This is called endgame, in my opinion. That's when you already beat the boss. So, and you can keep going back. Like some person who's before me, like an expert before me, could be even before me, and their boss is the one before. But generally speaking, where I am now is advising people, right? Advising people on how to be consistently happy in being in habit formation. Because honestly, I actually think most people skip this part. Like when you jump into Japanese learning, for example, and then you adopt a method. And they're like, "Oh yeah, this is the only method, or these are the methods I need for the rest of my life." For the rest of my life. That's their mindset. Like, I'm gonna use these methods, I'm gonna learn Japanese, and then I'm never gonna need anything else. My thought is, so you think that these methods you're starting with, where you're incompetent, basically you're incompetent about yourself and about the target language. You're inexperienced, and you're telling me that you know for sure that these are the methods you need for the rest of your life. There are some absolutes in life, in my opinion. Like, I don't say things that will or never happen often, but there's a few things that are absolutely true in life. Things don't stay the same. They don't. Literally every second is not the same as the last second. Right? Unless you can time travel. Maybe there's someone out there that can time travel. But things don't stay the same, regardless of how much you want. So, for me, I advise people to find a source of inspiration, both in themselves and others. That it doesn't matter which method you start with. It doesn't matter, or it does matter, but what you start with, because you could start earlier, but it's less significant to concern yourself. Like it's not as a burdensome. Like you don't get angry or frustrated as much if you know that whatever your source of inspiration is, it will change with you. What is my inspiration? What are my sources of inspiration? Other people who love language learning. They will always continue to change with me. So I don't care what I start with. It will work out because there are other people who will be able to help me along the way, as long as you stay open to it. Like Italians with gestures, or Irish English breaking words a lot. Yeah. I'm guessing it goes back to that whole natural thing and unnatural thing. Are you helping for your own needs, or are you helping someone for these needs, etc.? Yep. And people give advice to suit themselves. Yeah, that's what happens a lot on the internet. Endgame is a few years from now. Oh, it's not even. Endgame is life. But yes, endgame ends with death. When you use it in your daily life, yeah, for sure. Am I also streaming on? Yeah, I typically stream on Twitch, actually. Yeah, thanks XD. So there you go. There you go, guys. I think Gabriel comes up with some of the most wonderful opportunities to talk about things. By the way, all the things I said, they all work. I'm gonna, like, They all work. I don't think one, in my opinion, it is harder. It is harder. This is not where you think it's going. It is harder to be dissatisfied. Oh man, this is such a negative. Maybe. Yeah, we'll use this. It is hard to be dissatisfied when the choices you make are your own. And what I mean by that is not only do you make the choices, there's a part of you in the choices. There is a part of you in the choices you make. So what I mean by that is the next time you go and see a native speaker, if that native speaker, say the native speaker is your friend, like I would love to make a friend of a Japanese speaker, right? But that Japanese speaker also, by chance, also speaks English. If that person is able to teach me and use analogies in American culture, and I can exchange and do things about Japanese culture, that is unbelievably more meaningful and powerful compared to someone telling you exactly what to do and you follow exactly in the footsteps of someone and you're practically living the life of someone else. And most of that becomes dissatisfying because you can't meet the criteria of someone else. The reality is you are not that person. You are not you are not that person. Why try? Or like what I mean is, why not add to it, right? Take whatever you learn from that person and make it your own, right? So that's kind of how I feel about people's dissatisfaction with things right now, because they trust immediately words without critical thinking. So, okay, use like my advice. Someone gave me an advice. Someone said, "Oh yeah, Anki." I tell you, I can't tell you how many times I keep hearing Anki. Anki is 10 times faster. Anki is 10 times faster than Duo. Trust me, bro. It's like, okay, if I trust the bro and I go and use Anki and it's less than 10 times faster than Duo, then I am dissatisfied. Right? I am dissatisfied. Whose fault is it here? Ultimately, whose fault is it here that creates this dissatisfaction? A lot of times people will project it onto the person who provided the advice. But really, you have to wonder if you're dissatisfied with yourself for trusting this person about something you didn't even think about. I take this person's advice and then I continue to confirm it with other people, because for now what I'm doing is perfectly all right. Yeah, all right. My thought is, show me that you learn 10 times faster. And I will show you that I learn 10 times slower with Duo and with Anki. And then let's be friends. Because what happens then is that this person taught me about Anki. And that person learned about how Duo works. This is not a one-way exchange of advice. You give advice freely to be criticized. But a lot of people give advice as though it's immutable to criticism in return. So if that person does not open themselves up to rebuttal like I do personally, because I want to have someone show me how Anki is 10 times faster than Duo, but at the same time they have to understand what I'm doing in Duo, and then they do it themselves, right? If I use Anki, is it going to be 10 times faster than Duo? Maybe. It is possible. So I take the advice and I ask this guy, what do you do? What do you do for a living? Like, the person asked me what I did for a living. Like, what do you do? What is your background? What is your background, right? What's your interest? What's your interest in Japanese? Because if those things align, if there are more things about this person that aligns with me, they might be onto something. What did this guy do? This guy literally told me, oh yeah, no, like I went to Japan for 28 days and like I'm the GOAT, and that's not a personality that I resonate with. So it worked for them. The chances are their advice is completely based on themselves and have no knowledge of what kind of character they're talking to. When you go to therapy, right? Be warned, in my opinion, if you go to a therapist and the first thing the therapist said is, okay, follow my top 10 step guide and you'll be okay. And they don't even hear anything about your problem. They don't understand anything. They didn't even, they took their optimized statistical approach, like, oh, this is the statistical likelihood. This is the panacea. Why do you have a job? In my opinion, like, you know, like the whole idea of offering advice at that level is that you understand that you're not peddling a panacea. You're not peddling something that works for everyone, because if it works for everyone and it's on the internet, I'm pretty sure everyone would agree. That is the biggest like science no-no. Why is secondary language acquisition controversial? Why are people discussing about this? Why is there still competitive competing products on language learning? Because it isn't obvious. So you come around and state that you know the facts about language learning, or you hold yourself up like language learning, then you and I aren't even compatible. So obviously I won't take your advice seriously. I'll still respect that it worked for you though. There's no changing the fact that it worked for that person, I think. Because that person said they spoke Japanese in the 28 days they only spoke Japanese, right? Well, yeah, I can do that too. I'm gonna go to Japan and say, "Daijoubu desu. Ii desu ne. Nani o shimasu? Konnichiwa. Yoroshiku." Like, I could say that the entire 28 days and I could tell someone I've only spoken Japanese, output Japanese in the 28 days. So there's no qualification of anything if there's no mutual trust. Like, what is the level of output that you had in the first place? I could tell you guys that I streamed 700 hours of Duolingo without explaining what I did in those 700 hours. I could have been playing Roblox. You wouldn't know because you didn't watch the video. You wouldn't know because you didn't ask. Right? Much like when you take advice from the internet, you wouldn't know if they are selling you a product. That's someone recently suggested like picking up this upstart startup guy who's like being trendy, and they use like all these jargon words to repackage quality of life maintenance of people's like mental health and burnout. I'm like, yeah, that's great. No thank you, but I'll keep that in mind. Like, it's not relevant to me. I do not have management problems with my mental health, so respectfully I decline. And honestly, it makes me a little uncomfortable when a self-proclaimed expert, right? Self-proclaimed expert, like someone offered me some advice and they don't know my background, right? They don't know my background. So they offered something where this self-proclaimed expert is a major in neurophilosophy. Okay, sure. I'm not very remote about that, so that makes me worried some more. And then this person has a startup. Which also, they are the co-founder of the startup in which they sell a method on their channel as an influencer for this product. And the first thing when I first click on their channel, the title is Focus Like a God. Let's just unpack that for a moment. I mean, I'm a pretty, I feel humbly a pretty respectful guy that feels like I can overlook 4 or 5 red flags right away when it comes to critical thinking. But shame on me. There's 1, that's acceptable. 2, 3, 4. You gotta draw the line somewhere, right? You gotta draw the line at some point, somewhere, of red flags. The whole trust me bro vibe is getting high here. So while I respectfully decline something like this, it's crazy how there's so many telltale signs of I don't know what the heck this guy's product is targeting, but I'm not the target. And if someone offers advice to me, they would know who I am before offering a targeted advice, right? I don't want to offer advice. I'm very uncomfortable at offering advice to people I don't know yet. So I try to spend some time, ask some questions before offering advice, because you could be offering advice towards someone who is legitimately scared of this type of thing. And I am scared of this type of thing. Focus like a god. What does that even mean? It's clearly not marketed towards me. Not only that, whoever is able to do this with their career is someone I don't trust openly. They can definitely prove it, for sure. Like, they can have a conversation and convince me otherwise, but I am not the target audience of this product. What it does reveal to me, though, is the person I'm talking to. So it tells me a lot about the person who's offering the advice. Like, oh, check these things out, check that thing out, check these things out. They're offering free information about me, allowing me to get a little bit to understand that person a lot better. This person is clearly a high functioning person. This person is clearly a high functioning person. They're very overzealous about things, and they love these like sensational things, and they resonate with it. It works for them, probably. That's why they would offer the advice. This stuff doesn't work for me, unfortunately. But there are other people who do this stuff in a different way, and I watch those people. So I do know people in this like market of productivity and whatnot, and I found those to be resonating, much like language learning methods, right? Language learning methods. There are different repackaging. You can have repackaging. The thing is, I already have influencers who overlap, right? So I go with them. It still may lead to the same methods with different like syntax and different contexts, and then, you know, we still end up retrieving similar results, right? So that's kind of the whole language learning thing too. Maku, this advice on following in someone's footsteps reminds me of Chinese culture. It really is. It's something I am very well aware of, and I grew up with. Oh shoot, the dissatisfied advice would help a lot in politics. It had dictators are made. Yeah, it's how dictators are made. Yeah, it really is. You're traumatized with Anki, not because Anki, but because of person saying over and over, use Anki. Yeah, I'm not traumatized by Anki. I bet Anki is a fantastic tool, without a doubt. No amount of like pestering and scamming can remove the objective value, in my opinion, some of the objective value that Anki serves. And I can imagine so many different ways for myself to use Anki. I don't have the time to do so at the moment. It's like I can only do so much in so much time. In fact, this is my priority. What I'm talking about and doing now is my priority. It's not necessarily exploring and optimizing how to learn language. I want to, for me, I want to show what I think of when I go and do things, right? Like I don't choose trivially. This is what I mean, right? I was accused of defaulting to Duolingo. That was literally someone's counter argument to me. They hate Duolingo because it's the default choice. And that's perfectly all right. I think that's fairly reasonable. Maybe like Duolingo is so present in everything that mere exposure, makes people think of Duolingo. Yeah, advertisements, business models, fair enough. It's very, very different when you're accusing me of defaulting to Duolingo without thought. We're talking about the person. Don't talk about y'all. Am I part of y'all? Right? Am I part of the group you're talking about? Because now we're having a conversation between people. You're offering advice to me, not offering advice to y'all. And that's the problem I feel I see more often than not. Japanese learners offer advice to some imaginary y'all, not to the person they're talking to. Not the person, the imaginary y'all, some sort of standard that happened. I think large language models like the latest ChatGPT 4.0 is very good in learning both conversation and characters. It can be applied very, very effectively, actually. I thought about that, and I was thinking of making plans in order to do something like that. And not for the sake of what people are going to say. Some people are, this is the first counter argument to the ChatGPT 4.0 thing. It's like, but wait, they can hallucinate. Oh, and they can get things wrong, right? I'm like, yeah, so can humans. So can humans, your point? And then they're like, oh no, but, you know, okay, well, hallucinations, they could make up facts and like sound artificial because they're not naturally speaking. I'm like, yeah, so can humans. And here's another one. They're like, but they don't think like humans. It's like, okay, well, I'll give you that. ChatGPT don't think like humans. That's kind of fair. But the deep cut here is most humans are hyper objective, so they act more like ChatGPT nowadays than any. But we're not going to use that. They're going to say ChatGPT is not human, so they're not natural. I'm like, okay, all right, I'll level you with there. But what can you learn from that? And yesterday's comment that I was talking about is, if you know what is unnatural, if you know what is wrong, it also means you know what is right. And I'm not only using ChatGPT. So much like Duolingo, when someone said, oh yeah, but Duolingo is unnatural, I'm like, yeah, it is. And it's very useful because then I know what is natural. So I participate in natural listening and also unnatural things. What is unnatural? An English speaker learning Japanese. So much like most things I talk about, and when I think about psychology and motivations and stuff, I'm trying to think of most things, not one thing. If you only know what's natural, how can you ever know it's natural? Oh yeah, that's right. Trust me, bro. That's how you know it's natural. So if someone told you to jump off the bridge, I guess that's natural for people to jump off the bridge with a bungee cord. Sorry, the old idiom doesn't age very well. Like the whole jumping off the bridge thing is an old idiom, like an old American idiom. So usually I tack on with a bungee cord. Old habits die hard, but that's an old idiom, right? So there you go, right? You got to know what's not and what is. The things you don't know is important to enlightenment. Sometimes when someone tells me, oh, that's unnatural, right? And I'm like, okay, how do you know if it's unnatural? It's like, oh yeah, because it's different from what I know. I'm like, oh, okay. So now you know what is unnatural. Is that helpful to you? Like, well, no, it's not helpful to you to sound unnatural. It's like, how do you know that? Like, well, because you won't learn natural Japanese. It's like, I don't understand how learning unnatural Japanese have anything to do with learning natural Japanese. Like, what I mean is how it could prevent me from learning natural Japanese. And like, well, you know, like, if you always speak unnatural Japanese, then you can't possibly know what natural Japanese is. But you just did it. Did you not? You just told me that this is unnatural Japanese, but you only know natural Japanese. So how is it not possible that someone who knows unnatural Japanese can't use that point of reference to learn natural Japanese? What is this cyclic argument that you're having with yourself? That happens a lot. I kid you not. It happens a lot. So logic, I'm not an expert in logic. but I certainly at least know that I have a lot of questions to ask, in my opinion. I have a lot of questions. They don't make sense when people try to explain it to me. I might be stupid. There's a chance I might be stupid to understand how someone can present an argument and doesn't see that. I don't understand, because like it sounds like they're arguing with themselves most of the time. It's a cyclic argument. I will only know if Duolingo was a bad choice when I finish it. I hope you don't find it as a bad choice, because XD in the end, if you're like me, maybe you're like me, you'll find that it can be you'll find any choice you make potentially useful for the future, right? People make suboptimal choices in order to make optimal choices. You know what's natural because you know what's unnatural. You don't know what's right without knowing what's wrong. You don't know what's a bad choice if you only make good choices. Well, you wouldn't even know if they're good choices if you only make good choices. Why is Duolingo considered a bad app if it's the most accessible? That you'll have to ask other people. It's actually a very interesting question for other people to ask. I cannot process that, so I ask other people. Duolingo was always to help beginners get a step in the language to dip your toes. That was what it was designed to do and still advertised to do. But then that could also be applied to teacher and everything in life you get taught, indeed, as well. And like in math, how do I really know 2 + 2 is 4? Yes, trust me, bro. How do I know 2 is not really 3? Yep, trust me, bro. Should there be a baseline? Well, formal education tried. YouTube doesn't have a baseline. Hello there, Edith. Yeah, and YouTube doesn't have a baseline yet. And that's what I mean by to yesterday or the day ago. There will, I like to believe in the future there will be some standardization, and to your chagrin, Gabriel, it will be similar to like the whole Japanese gold standard thing. The standardization will be predicated on the majority of people. So when we find out what the heck is the baseline, like how much is YouTube algorithm supposed to tell you what you want to see versus how much of YouTube algorithm is telling you to converge and critically think, those baselines are going to be largely going to be determined by the majority. But there will be a baseline, right? A baseline is a point of reference, a standardization of reference. What is the reference for Japanese? It's Japanese people. Are you a Japanese person? The answer is no. So, is that relevant to you? Maybe. The best answer the tentative answer you have right now is maybe. So keep working at it, folks. I want to leave it on like a positive note. I like to leave it on an encouraging note. When you think of standardization, like the bottom line, that's what the baseline is, XD. Like the minimum baseline, like the thing that everyone needs to do or be aware of. What is that? It is going to be determined tentatively by the majority, the people it applies to the most, the biggest number of group. That's what standardization typically is. So, understanding that, in my opinion, exercise critical thinking. Are you part of the standardization? If you aren't, try more things. Find more things and continue to be enthusiastic, and know that if something doesn't work, it doesn't mean that's the last thing, because the standardization might not be you. The standards for Japanese is Japanese people. The standard for English is almost entirely locally standardized. You might be thinking, well, no, people sound like British English or American English. It's like the standards you are being held to are the people who are teaching you English now in your country. until you come to the United States, until you come to the UK, you are not unnatural around your peers, right? That is the baseline standardization. If there is enough people to create a standard, then you are no longer unnatural. So the moment you go to a place, then their baseline determines whether you reach the baseline or not. That is largely why when you, even in science or like medicine, for example, if the baseline is determined by another country, then you have to meet the baseline of that country. If you go to that country, then you have to meet it. If you leave the country and your country has, or like your collective has a baseline, then you can live harmoniously in that baseline. And I fully accept that, actually. I'm basically embracing that I will sound unnatural in Japanese. I chose to use Duolingo, which most natural speaking people don't like. That is true. That is totally true. Most people think Duolingo, most like native speakers in Japanese, dislike the way the synthetic voice sounds like, right? And all that other stuff. It's totally true. I'm not lying to myself and pretending like it isn't, or it is what it is. But I'm also not lying to myself that I'm not Japanese. I'm not Japanese. So it's not really that big a deal in the landscape. Much like someone says that I'm going to sound unnatural. Well, all right, that's true. Are you going to ask me if I want to sound natural? And I'm going to say yes. It's like, well, then you should go speak to native speakers. Like, I will at some point. Well, it'll be there. But why are you learning unnatural Japanese? It's like, because what's not, it's still extra things. Like, why not? Why not learn unnatural Japanese? Like, but you're wasting your time. I'm like, you think I'm wasting my time, right? That's what you're trying to say. You're trying to say you think I'm wasting my time. There's a difference between I'm wasting my time and you think I'm wasting my time. Right? So before you paint yourself as a very healthy, generous, benevolent stranger who's trying to save you from making a moment in your life not very happy, ask the person, are you happy? Because I'm perfectly happy learning unnatural Japanese. Call it a crutch or something. But one day I will also listen and hear. I already do, by the way. That's to dispel some harsh, presumptuous prejudices. I still listen to natural Japanese. And yeah, it's harder. It is harder. I have to work harder to keep track of what is unnatural and keep track of what's natural. Does it bother me? It doesn't. And then someone says like, oh yeah, you know, you got to stop translating in your head. It's going to make you upset. I'm like, okay. I mean, the last time I checked, when I translate in my head, I don't get upset. But are you telling me that you like, so my next question is, do you get upset when you hear Japanese and you translate in your head? And they're like, oh yeah, like it's so, it angers me because I want to be fluent in Japanese, you know? Like I want to only think in Japanese. Like that sounds like a problem. So how do you go about solving that? Because I can't tell you how to solve that, or I can't even offer advice because I don't want to do that. And that's kind of how I go and connect with the person. I acknowledge what I don't know. I don't know how to stop thinking in English, or like it's not that I don't want to try to stop thinking in English. I'm not going to try to stop thinking in English. If somehow that ends up leading to Japanese fluency and I stop thinking in English from time to time, that's sweet. That's awesome. That's not my goal. right? So sometimes things just happen and you won't even know it. It's called emergent property, right? Emergent property. Hello there, Angel. Hello there. You just got here, and I would say about this comment is that somehow he is learning Japanese vocabulary and kanji and some phrases, but when he got to listen to real Japanese, all these will help him. Yeah. I still, like, you know, with all that said, I don't think I'm arrogant enough to refuse people's advice. So I already do listen to natural English. Yeah, it's not a waste of time. And I still listen to Japanese, like natural Japanese. In fact, you know what's funny about this? You've been lurking for the last week. Oh, thanks, Angel. Here's one, Fanny. Here's a perspective. If I think one last thing, and I want to transition this into something like really positive for people. Okay. Words like natural is perspective, right? It's catered on perspective. It's subjective, right? Much like hard, easy, you know, all the other things, right? Natural. Okay, hear me out. If I think Duolingo is natural Japanese, once I go to Japan, I will be visiting Japan at some time in the future, just to erase any doubts of other. When I go to Japan, all that Japanese, even if I'm doing this, right? All of the Japanese I see or hear is going to be unnatural. Now think about it this way. Let's think about how the memory works, okay? Let's think about how memory works. If I know that Duolingo is my norm, what I understand about psychology, in my opinion, my cursory understanding of psychology when it comes to teaching, is that weird things, positive stress, challenges, enhances learning. Not just knowing things. Knowing things enhances learning too, for sure. But let's take one step further. If I go to Japan, how much Japanese do you think I'll learn if all the Japanese in Japan is unnatural to me? I would bet, in my opinion, imaginary bucks. Say like 10 imaginary buckaroos, right? Makubucks. That because of how well I know Duolingo, I will pick up unnatural Japanese, quote unquote, unnatural Japanese, as in Japanese I'm not used to, because they stick out. I can compare. This is the framework of how I can determine all the differences and all the subtle differences. Like, oh yeah, you know what? And this is only hypothetical, actually. This is only hypothetical, guys. I already do this. So I compare, contrast Duolingo and my favorite vlogger already. And then I compare this native vlogger to multicultural vloggers. And I can tell you now, the ones that are multicultural do not speak like the native vloggers. And neither of these speak like Duolingo. And I don't speak like just Duolingo, unnatural vloggers, and because I consume all these things. I like to believe that someone doesn't just randomly could link me a vlogger who speaks in English that sounds like me. I like to think that, but maybe there might be someone that sounds similar. You know, spend 8 hours talking on Duolingo, using English and scribbling on the wall of text everywhere and trying to get people to find out how to scribble their own diagrams. Like, I like to believe that I'm not that reproducible. At least I think. Maybe I am reproducible. Who knows? Because I inherited a lot of things. Why do I do this writing thing? College. My college advisor. There are so many things that I'm a product of. I'm the product of all my influences. How many things influence you? Well, some people who follow in the shadows of someone else, right? Only acquires that person's characteristics, right? Like let's say you want to be X individual and you modeled yourself after X individual. Okay, well then your ceiling is X individual. That's it. You end there. Well, for me, I'm a multicultural person, right? So I'm already predisposed to gathering influences from multiple sources. So do I sound like a Chinese person? I hope most people say no, but at the same time, do I think I understand Chinese culture? Kind of. Do I think I understand American culture? Kind of. Do I think I understand like multiple things, right? I would like to think that in the future, people aren't going to walk up to me and say, hey, you know what? You are literally like this person over there, and you're not good at it. Boy, that hurts a lot. It would hurt a lot to someone who only has all their value to one thing. Like, for example, go up to someone and say, oh, you spent what? Oh, 7 years on Japanese? Okay. Wow, your Japanese sound so unnatural. And their whole world crumbles because all their weight and their value is predicated on that one thing. Ask yourself how fragile your perception of yourself is, because my perception is that if I don't become fluent in Japanese, that's like a small part of me. Okay, well then I'll continue to sound unnatural. That's perfectly fine. It's still Japanese. At least in my opinion, I probably offended like 250,000 people at least by saying that my unnatural Japanese is still Japanese. You can call it something else. I'll call it Americo Japanese or something. You can label it whatever you want. It's unnatural Japanese. Whatever makes you feel satisfied about your value, right? If I really love my language, I would love the idea that everyone has a version of their language and that they can still talk to me in that language. Why be selfish? Do you think that you should hog the language to yourself? I mean, that's fine too, actually. I mean, good luck trying to do that. If people love you or your culture, they tend to want to, relate to you. So if you're like hogging up your language and being gatekeeping, I guess that just means you don't want to interact with people. And it can be true. There are countries out there with a lot of people, like a majority rule, that hate foreigners. It is possible. That's totally a reasonable thing, and those coexist with countries that are more open, right? So I'm not saying it's bad or good. It's perspective. From my perspective, I don't care if your English sounds like something I can't understand. I will learn to understand it. That's what the fun part is, right? If I'm having trouble understanding you, it also means I'm inexperienced as well. And you're inexperienced, right? Let's be inexperienced together. Instead of the whole Japanese thing where it's like, oh yeah, no, you'll never understand this. It's like, all right. I'm sorry to meet whatever lofty goals you have of me. We just met, by the way. Nice to meet you. I know I shouldn't be shaking your hand right now because you basically criticized me for all the things I've done. Like, oh yeah, you should quit Duolingo. Meanwhile, 800 hours of Duolingo. Thanks, bro. Like, bruh. Like, I'm not your bruh. You just said that I wasted 800 hours. What? Who's? You're giving me mixed messages, bruh. Bro. If I'm your brother, you wouldn't treat your brother like dirt. Obviously, that's not what they mean. Bruh is bro and stuff. That's kind of I'm not edgy enough to understand what they mean anymore. Let me read. It's not a waste. I assume you already listen to Japanese and consume a lot of input. Yeah, I do. I consume a lot of input actually. But then what happens if something like a big turmoil happens in Japan? New words are created like the bomb dropping in Japan. Those American immigrated Japanese people now live in different cultures. That's a tough one. I actually listened to lots of interviews on the anniversary of the atomic bombs, right? It's a very, very important thing to keep in mind when it comes to like war and hate and stuff. So and circumstances. So I often watch more and more interviews as time goes on about that at the anniversary. That's the same with like September 11. Like you interviews constantly to see the sentiments of these things, like historically. You can see this on YouTube. YouTubers comparing their ability with Japanese with other YouTubers who speak Japanese in a high level. Yeah, that's a thing. That's a really big thing. It's a trending thing as well for anything, even Japanese, but mountain climbing and stuff. However, different communities have different ways of celebrating. Like it's a lot of communities is humbling instead of being like jabby and throwing shade at people. So there are communities that respond by throwing beef at each other versus being humbling. I watch mountain climbing because of Magnus, and Magnus does this thing too, like, oh, what it's like to spend a day in a life as the strongest man and kind of thing, right? It's interesting because I think that Japan culture will die. There will be a lot of people that speak Japanese, a lot of American immigrated Japanese, but the culture will slowly die. Cultures change is what I can say about that, XD. I don't think Japan will die due to foreigners learn. Cultures change is what I would say. Preservation is possible if it's sustainable, right? And if you're encountering sustainability issues, then it will change. But when we talk about cultures dying and whatnot, well, in the timeline of things, it's much like most things in history, right? If you're concerned with that, XD, are you not concerned with what Japanese gain versus what was lost when Japanese was created? XD. Like, for example, if you're really concerned about the future of things, does that also mean you're You're concerned, you know, the richness of what you have now is also the consequences of many others dying away. It's not like it's always constantly expanding. Cultures, demographics and stuff is contracting and expanding all the time. Rest in peace, Latin. So, I don't necessarily think being too deterministic about that is it's something worth thinking about, but perhaps hopefully it doesn't make you cynical about change. All right, that's the end. What was my take-home message? I need a take-home message. Try things, right? Try things. Self-evaluate using critical thinking. So that you don't end up having all your eggs in one basket. Right? Stop yourself from feeling dissatisfied with following choices that aren't your own, or even partly your own. Sometimes when you invest some part of you into those choices, in my opinion, rarely are you dissatisfied. Someone told me to get a college education, but I also choose to put a lot of myself into the college education. As a millennial, a person who's upset with their college education is deflecting the blame and have not contributed anything to that choice. They were told to get a college education and it didn't meet the expectations of why they were told. So they are dissatisfied with their college education because they weren't in it. They don't have stakes in the college education. I have stakes. I stake myself in the things I do. It creates ownership. For better or for worse, ownership makes things work most of the time. Right? Don't get burned by promises that you didn't think about and you didn't accept before you do it. I'm gonna be right back. I gotta go to the bathroom. We'll chalk this up to another video, and I really gotta review some vocabulary. I'll be right back. Okay. See some conversations. All right. I'm gonna be real. I'm so ill prepared for tomorrow's review. So instead of going through all the literally doing the exercise for the kanji, which I was planning to do the last hour and a half, I'm gonna quickly see how quick my recall is, and then we're gonna bootstrap through a few of the review sections, the early review sections, to refresh my memory. So right. So let's try this. So we're just outputting at this point. So we have the numbers, right? Ichi, ni, san. And then we have Yama, technically Yamaguchi, and Tanaka, right? That's how they were introduced. And we have Watashi, Tokyo, these two combined, Tokyo, and then Kyoto, these two together. And this is Nihon, although we know Hi and Hon, right? And we have Chichi, Haha, Yon, Go, Roku, Nana, right? And then this is part of Mimas, Yomimas, and this is Hon, standalone, Hon, for book, right? Ji, for o'clock, Ju, Hachi, Q, Han, for 30, for time, and then this showed up again because of Shichiji, right? Shichiji, Niji, and Ichiji. That's how they introduce those. Then we have Furui, Atarashi, Yaku, and Sen. Right? Mizu, Oki, Chisai. Kaimasu, Doyobi, Anashimasu. And then Hi in B for Doyobi. Okay? We have Shinbun, Tabemasu, Nomimasu. And this part is Shinbun, so the left kanji of newspaper are Shinbun, right? And then Yon. What was Yon for? Oh, Yoji. So they're introducing Yoji as in the modifier for the counter, right? It's not Yonji, but Yoji. Then we have Toimasu, which is my name is, or to be called something. This is the only exception. I can't think of any other ways to. This is also a radical that appears in a lot of things. Then we have ikimasu, kimasu, pun, or pun. It's a counter for minutes. And an, but in this case is jikan, right? Ji is the thing for hours. And then we have jupun is why they introduce ju. It's a modified of pun, right? Then we have nani, akai, and yama as a standalone, as opposed to Yamaguchi. Then we have yasumi, or yasumimasu, for break, to take a break. And Q, I don't know why Q shows up again. I actually have no idea why Q is here. The good news is you can click on it to see why it's mentioned. Okay, so they introduce Q-sen, yeah, Q-hun, Q, and Q-hyaku. Okay, there's a bunch of Qs. So they introduce Qs with the different counters and Q standalone. And Q does not change in anything in Section 2 and Unit 14. Which, by the way, yes, this is something, in my opinion, the kanji section of Duolingo, while it is super slow, the kanji section is absolutely far more amazing, in my opinion. and then other people realize. Like sidelining all these things, it's a lot of what other tools do as well. But yeah,
9000 9分9 900
like you see all the different counters next to each other. Oh, which by the way, Fanny, I absolutely love the deep L thing. I like that when you enter a phrase, it shows you like different tenses and how to phrase it. This is the same thing, in my opinion. Like, okay, so you have one element. What are all the other elements that can like be relative to that element? I really like that. So, in my opinion, this is great. Counters. Yeah, yo, counters. Thanks, sci-fi. Okay, so now we got Gatsu, right? Gatsu or Getsu for month. And let's see. He? What was he for this one? Just he? Oh, this is the first time he is a standalone for day. He. And then we have this is Shichikatsu. So because Nana is Shichi when next to Gatsu. And then we have Yasumi as a standalone, right? For a break, or a break as opposed to rest, right? And then Q again, and this time is Kugatsu. It's being introduced as Kugatsu, right? September. So how it changes. And then obviously the next unit down is Kujikan, right? Then we have Mono, but this was introduced as Kai Mono. That's why Kai is here. Kai Mono. And Nani as a standalone. Yes, Nani as a standalone. Okay, then we have Aimas, Kinyobi, and then now we're introduced for Otosan, Okasan, and this is Kai. No, not Kai. Just kidding. Not Kai. Wait, no. Yeah, it is Kai. No, it's not Kai. Yobi. Whoops. I forgot about Yobi. Oh, yeah. Oh, man. That's my first error. My bad. Yobi. Next to Yobi. So this is why Yobi is here. So Kinyobi. Oh, that's... So they introduced Doyobi and Nichiyobi before Yobi? Wait, hold up. Yeah, okay, they did. So they introduced... Oh, okay. It was first introduced, and now it's a repeat for Kinyobi. So Kinyobi, then Gatsu again. Gatsu is probably for Getsuyobi. So this is Getsuyobi for Monday. That's why Gatsu and Getsu is down here. Getsuyobi. And then Nanji. So what time? It's the first introduction of Nanji. Then we have Mokuyobi. Tamago. I keep saying tamago. Sakana. And now we have Mokuyobi. So this is Mokuyobi. One second, I gotta ban another bot. Bots are in waves now. Okay, so now we have Kayobi. So Kayobi, that's why they're down here again. And then we have Nanyobi, that's why they're there. Yamada, right? Yamada. And then this is Mizu, but it's actually Suiyobi. I keep saying sway. Suiyobi. So for Wednesday. This is Kai. So floors for Kai, the Kai counter. And then kakimasu for write, and skurimasu for make. And then we have Yojikan for 4 hours. And then we have Nani showed up again. It's because Nanjikan, how many hours? And Kujikan, 9 hours. And then Han as a follow-up to Jikan, so half, in a half an hour. Ito makes sense, self-explanatory. It's person. And then now we have Nen and Sei. Nensei, as in school year counter, or not counter, but school year indicator, right? So Nensei and Eki, which is train station. And then we have Ni Nensei, Ichi Nensei, Nan Nensei, Yo Nensei, and San Nensei. That's why these all show up. And then we have Ame, which is rain, rainy, and Kawa, which is for river, right? And then this one, this is Tsuitachi, which is the first day of a month. And then Gogatsu, introducing Gogatsu, basically. Then we have Sensei. So this is the Sen in Sensei, right? Oh, that's interesting. Sensei did not repeat for Sei, so Sei wasn't logged here. Okay. Then we have Senshu and then Ashita. And that's why he is down here. Ashita. Ashita, these two together. And then we have Senshu and Sengetsu. That's why these are paired up. Sengetsu. And Kimas, the kanji for Kimas is also Dai and Daishu. So these are here. Daishu. Right? And I'm pretty sure Daigatsu. Hold up. Oh no, they also introduced Dainen. Oh, that's not even marked either. Dainen. No, Kyonen. Wait. No, Dainen. No, Dainen next year. Wait, why am I missing? Hold up. Oh, they aren't? Just Daishu and wait. Nope. No, I guess they didn't. Just kidding. Not yet. Yeah, which is house, and N, or N, I mean yen. Then we have Mae for front. So Mae, Ima, Yasui, Man. Then we have Kyo. So these two, Kyo. And then Ichiman. Next we have this is technically Yoru, but it's introduced as Konya first. Konya. So that's why these two are here. Konya. And then we have Soto for outside. Daigaku right here. Ki. I mean, this is Sensei, but what else is? Oh, it's just for Sensei. Oh, this one up here is just for Sen, as in last. Yeah, it's only used for last. So last week Senshu and Sengetsu. Yeah, just Senshu and Sengetsu. Now it finally introduces Sensei, right? Then we have Inari and Migi, left and right. Tsundeimasu, and then we get Shigatsu, April. And then this is Yoru, yoru for night. Ichigatsu, Ichigatsu and Nigatsu, January and February. Then kuruma and kairimasu, kuruma and kairimasu. And then we get sangatsu, and we get the 4th day. Oh, we forgot day. Hold up. Did we get this? We got Tsuitachi, but there was also. Oh, they didn't mark. Oh, yeah, they didn't. They also missed. Oh no. Yeah, they missed. They missed this part. There's a you have Tsuitachi. You also have Hutsuka, Hutsuka for 2nd day, and then we have Mika, and then Mika and Yoka. Has Duolingo taught you Kagetsu already? That sounds familiar, but no, they did not. Not yet. How can someone say Duolingo isn't worth? Aku is killing remembering all the kanji and its readings. I mean, I like this section. This section is amazing. So I'm actually thirsty for kanji, but unfortunately, I also have to review all the other stuff. So not to rush into anything, right? And then we have atode, right? Atode. This is just atode. So we need the article for like to like contextualize atode. And then ima, just standalone ima. This is the first time ima just stands alone. Then we have norimasu to get on, right? And then we have ippun, ropun, naka, inside and middle, and then sanpun, specifically pun. So these are all puns. Ippun, ropun, sanpun, and we have jupun, right? Not huns. Then we have gohan, self-explanatory. It took section 11, unit 11, from section 1, unit 1 to get gohan. Gohan, it's kanji. And then we have densha. Densha, and only the den is up because kuruma is densha with kuruma's kanji, right? Then we have konshu, as in this week. So konshu, and then hot pun. Then we have dai. Oh, there's a dainen. Yeah, here's a dainen. That's when they introduce. Yeah, electric car equals train. Yeah, densha. So dainen is here. This is what I was thinking. Next year, but it was somewhere else. I jumped the gun. So those are the introductions. And then now we have shumatsu. So the end of the week. So weekend. Shumatsu. Ue, as in on top. Ue. And then we have itsuka. Itsuka, the 5th day of the month. Okay. This is kino. So kino, right? And then hana, denwa shimasu. So these combine for the predicate for the suru, denwa shimasu. Okay. And then lastly, we have mainichi. So mainichi. And then we have jukai. And that's it. The he counter is actually confusing. It really is. There's a lot of the days of the week. We only have up to 5 days so far. Tsuitachi, Futsuka, Mika, and Yoka, and Itsuka. I did had some spoilers on 6, 7, and 8 that Duolingo kind of teased, but yeah. For days, the days counter, as opposed to days of the month counter, as opposed to days of the week counter, right? Days of the week counter or signifier or whatever is rooted. So yeah, there you go. It took less than 15 minutes. It's not too bad. The kanji is way easier. So, and I also know the kanji for horse. Yes, XD. It's the left radical of eki, right? I remember that, XD. I know. There are a lot of stories we can have as well. There are quite a lot of stories with these kanji, but I haven't mentioned any of them. I'll mention them tomorrow when I write the kanji. So, I think the total is 280 kanji uses. So 280 kanji uses, and only it's around 280, and there's only 80 unique kanji. Do I know how to write them all? I know how to write every single one of these in the order they appear, probably. And I'm doing that tomorrow, Fanny. I did that on day 26. I did that for day 26 from section 1. It only included section like these 4, and then I did it for on day 54, or no, 53, which included all the way up to halfway through section 2. And then I did it on day 76, which included I do only in the beginning. And it's only as the kanji appears. And then every 25 days, I write all of them again. I write all of them again live, but I don't specifically focus on output writing outside of the lessons. So every other day, I will be writing some Japanese most of the time. And then the kanji is first written when it's learned. And then I myself personally write kanji in my off time, like once every 2 weeks, to make sure I know how to write them. But usually, Duo has this way of focusing on kanji that has overlapping radicals. So, I don't know if that's a coincidence or by choice. Occasionally, you get like unique radicals here and there, but they like to make the kanji section solely focused, like quite specifically focused on finding as many overlapping uses of the same kanji, and also kanji that has overlapping radicals. Yeah, I mean, you can't help but not learn radicals, really. It's very hard for someone who cannot intuit radicals. Am I planning to use Wani Kani? I'm probably not. I don't care about radicals. They'll probably come naturally to me. Right? And what I mean by that is I'm not going to focus on radicals because they will happen naturally. As in, it's very hard for me not to link radicals together and then learn the meaning from the radicals. So like when you set the horses to the left of the thing, it's kind of hard not to notice that. Or like understand parts and bits of the radicals put together, and usually that naturally happens. Yeah, Tanaka and Yamada is interesting because they are teaching 2 readings of the same kanji. Yep. Also like what you call it? I mean, technically I missed one, right? There's Nakayama and Yamaguchi. All these, the first 3 they picked are overlapping, and Yamada, lots of separate meaning readings. Here's one. All the counters change, right? All the counters change, but a good one would be hold. I mentioned a few. There's a few. I mean, Nana changes like crazy. But Nani technically changes. Haha and Chichi. Haha and Chichi changes, right? She actually Jikan doesn't, does it? No, it doesn't. Atarashi and Shinbun changes. Atarashi and Shinbun changes. There's a kanji in there with 2 different readings. I'll let you imagine which ones they are, because I'm pretty sure you probably know. Here's one too. Konya and Yoru. G has Togi? Oki? Not yet. Not yet. But I know where you're going with that. Not yet. But I imagine that's where it would go. Yeah. Yes. Not yet though. However, the hiragana for like a phrase like toki-toki, right? Toki-toki would probably have G in it, right? A kanji probably. We still use toki-toki at the moment in hiragana, if that's what you're referring to. I'm guessing. That's where I can think of something related to time, that you would use a kanji that deals with time. Let's see. What other changes? Yeah, there are a few of them outside the counters. We're not counting counters because counters kind of cheat. Counters kind of cheat. No, we haven't used a mainichi yet. Key changes, right? Key, hon. Oh no, hon stays the same. Just kidding. Key does though. Key definitely changes. I think that's all I got for now. That comes straight to my mind. Technically this wasn't logged, but XD and I know for sure. It's ue. Ue changes too. Ue changes for agaru. Yeah, agaru. Ue. Agaru to ascend. How did they teach katakana? They didn't teach katakana. They basically gave you this. So you just drill hiragana and katakana. I didn't even finish the drilling actually. We didn't finish the drilling. I basically finished exposing myself to the 1010s, right? And then that's about it. So they have a separate section for katakana and hiragana. You click on it and it gives you like all the combinations, and you practice the standalone syllable. It's the standalone sound itself. You get words, but you they come in this type, like, so like you have you, right? You, and you have ju. So, and then they'll give you words. So, but they might not be real words, right? So like what I mean is they're gonna give you syllables put together. So I'm basically have to you study by this. You study combining the reading the romaji with the character, and then you make up for all of it in that way. Writing, there's no like writing section per se. They only make you look at the writing one time, just like one time, and then that's it. Oh, if you count a dendaku, hone becomes bone. Oh, okay. I see. I didn't even know that. So, like, I'll get to it here. Like, so bu, right?
Bu,
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 and then pu. So you get to hear it. Oh yeah, and you can turn on romaji. I don't have romaji turned on as well, and I don't have furigana. Furigana, they also have furigana for you to associate kanji with hiragana. I don't have that turned on either
bu,
at the moment. Wait.
bu,
See, this is where it's hard. I need to hear it.
bu, bu, bu.
Okay. So then you have these things, and they go from like 2 syllables to 3 syllables to 4 syllables, and then they give you a word that's an actual word, and those are the exercises. So they go from matching all the sounds, 2 syllables, 3 syllables, and maybe sometimes 4. And then later they'll give you a word that is a word, and then they'll tell you what the word is after you enter the answer based off the sound. So this is probably, in my opinion, unnatural. However, for me, it allowed me to read the words without focusing on whether it is natural or not. As in, the reason why a lot of times when I see like a bunch of like a prompt with Japanese, right? And I don't know what the word is, so I just read each syllable and then try to cluster the syllables together and construct a word that sounds reasonable, like feels reasonable. And that's because the way I learned Ana was just mixing and matching the sounds constantly. And that's kind of the idea. And that's where I started. So whenever I don't know how to read or don't know what the word is, I'm not defaulting to trying to figure out what the word is. I just sound out the word. I try to sound out the word as much as I can. And because I listen most of the time, if the word gets close to anything that Duolingo introduced to me, then I will know what the word is. That doesn't help if I don't recognize the kanji, right? Because if I don't recognize the kanji, I can't sound it out. However, a lot of people have been super considerate of me, and when they use kanji, they're like, oh, okay. So then they type the hiragana, which actually helps, honestly, because they're kind of bad at hiragana. You get kind of under practice with hiragana, but when you type the hiragana and I can read the hiragana and it's a word that I know, then it removes me having to sound anything out. So that's kind of how I went about the kana. And I still make sounding mistakes every once in a while because of the text size. Sometimes I think for this, there's a chance I might read like this as bu instead of pu, right? Pu. And it kind of sounds unnatural when you do it. Do I have a Japanese keyboard? I do not. I use a Roman keyboard to input romaji. Yeah, the Dokuten are really small, and when I read very quickly, I can mix them up pretty rapidly. The text, I try to zoom in a little bit, quite a bit already, but because of the shape of the browser and stuff, I don't want to mess up something else. Also, sometimes if you glance over things that look similar, the text can be a problem. The size of text. My eyes aren't that fantastic. So anyways, so let's do this first. So, and before I used to say these out loud, but then I realized it's actually kind of hard. Like what I mean is it's not very productive to me, and I struggle with it because you're gonna do really weird things with it. So I stopped doing that after a while. Right, so I just listen to it and find it, and I'm always doing it from right to left. This was something that I've done right from the get-go, where I'm always staring at this side only and listening and pronouncing along with this side most of the time. Right. It's kind of hard sometimes to tell if the U is different size. Heckin' U. Okay. So,
ビュジュギユビュカジュ
yeah, so here,
カ
Ju.
ジャ
Oops.
ジャシュ
Wait.
シュ
Oh.
ジカジュ
So this part has a problem because of the combination. You don't actually know the sound. Yeah, the audio does well. It kind of helps. When you hear both of them, if you are sensitive enough, you can hear the difference. So they're always next to each other, so it's perfectly all right. Because they let you preview the audio. Now whenever you don't have audio, you're actually matching based on writing, not based on listening. So that if you have enough acuity, sure, but most of the time, mechanically, you won't encounter an issue where you can't compare the audio samples. So you're more comparing audio samples with what you think the romaji is, or the sound is supposed to be. So it's like comparing, an A to an A sharp to an A flat, right? So you're going to have these as points of reference. But yes, the audio may not help in the sense of being in a word, but it does help you. The audio literally is matched based on if you can hear two different sounds played next to each other, right? So no matter how difficult this is, you know that when you hear these, this is going to be lower, this is going to be the lowest note, and this is going to be the highest note, and this is going to be the mid note. Not the most perfect example, but it's more like a no, this is pretty good. This is not the perfect example. Close. Oh, I know. I can't read that, Gabriel.
果樹ビュン
Oh, see, that was fruit tree. Did that say fruit tree? Hold up. Jew. Let's just look it up. Yeah, fruit tree. So that was the word for fruit tree. And for earlier on, I used to do this kanji practice to see what new words, random words that I learned. Kamo, kamo, it was one of them, right? Ki was early, obviously ki, right? When you learn ki, things like that.
ビュン
Oh, yeah, it's hard to. Is it pune or pune? Is it bune or pune?
ビュン
But you have both audio sources. Oh no, you don't. Just kidding. I lied. I guess this exercise you don't.
ビュン
But here you have writing though. Here you have writing, right? So yeah, domaji matching up with that. If there are no domaji, but it's just sound, you would have two sound samples. Yeah, you have two sound samples, but in this case, you can't mess it up because there's a domaji and hiragana. So it's up to your knowledge here, right? So you still have a domaji and hiragana.
Juzu.
And also, this is how I learned input, keyboard input. This is the way I learned keyboard input between the two. So when I started doing keyboard input for Duolingo, I didn't have any trouble because I learned this way in how to learn my hiragana. So I learned my hiragana from my romaji. So then when I first started inputting keyboard, I already know what the romaji is. So I don't use a Japanese keyboard. I use, just an IEM or romaji because I can type the romaji already. Which most people told me to ditch romaji because it's going to prevent me from... Here's, by the way, week one, first like 8 comments that I got. I have a Japanese IEM. IME, sorry, IME on like just the Windows, the Windows OS or keyboard input stuff. The first 8 comments, IME, it's like your OS, the Windows OS has Japanese inputs, so you can turn it on at any time where there's like an OS compatible thing, and you can type romaji into it to convert it into kana and stuff. Yeah. What you call it? The first 8 comments, I think it's about 8 comments that told me like I'm wasting my time, turn on romaji, right? So at some point I did turn off romaji, but I still learned hiragana by using romaji because the kana section, the part of the thing is connecting romaji with hiragana. So my input is thanks to the association between romaji and hiragana. I did not have to transition too far from using inputs. So I started typing and writing to myself using a keyboard well in advance. So when we're talking about like, do I write? I do. I write with my pen, and I also type on my free time in Japanese, or we're gonna put it in quotes, in Japanese, right? I actually see kanji and hiragana, or kana in general, as pictures. I refer to them more as pictorials, like pictures. They're not specifically unique to Japanese. Like I don't really see it that way, and I don't see romaji as like a different Japanese form. It's something that I use for keyboard, so most of that is still retained. So I rely more on sounds. When I need to type something, I'm sounding it out and I'm typing it in the keyboard, as opposed to thinking about what it looks like. So what I mean is, say you need to type like, except for kanji, not kanji related stuff. Before you convert it to kanji, some people might like type a word out, hit space, and see if it looks right. See if it looks right. Right? For me, I say the word to myself. Say like ashita. Right? I say ashita. So I'm going to write whoops, I totally messed that up. No one watch. So I would say like ashita. So ashita. So when I'm typing it in, I'm saying ashita, and then when I hit space, I confirm it's the kanji. Right? That's a total... Wait. Just kidding. That's not the right one. I wrote... I wrote kino. Sorry, I wrote kino. Just kidding. His space. Does this look right? Yeah. Yeah. So So the keyboard provides something. The keyboard definitely provides something extra, and I think that's something that a lot of people rely on, and I totally get it. At some point, I'm probably, when I'm writing, it's easier for me to write the stuff and also let the keyboard tell me what it looks like, as opposed to using hiragana and romaji. So instead, nowadays, when I say a word, I type what it sounds like and hit space immediately, instead of even thinking about what it looks like in hiragana or romaji, which that's probably what most people do anyways. Like, oh yeah, this is the keyboard stroke pattern. Like, not like, so it's kind of like this, where I immediately knew that I wrote kino, right? Right, kino. I immediately knew after writing it that, oh yeah, this is the wrong stroke pattern. It's a wrong stroke pattern to write ashita. This is the right stroke pattern. So I feel like most people do this over time, where they got used to writing clusters of common words, much like when you're typing in English or your other languages, right? You cluster and, or but, or fire, right? Like, you don't think about it, you feel it. You feel like, for example, I'm not sure if you guys type keyboard like I do, but have you ever typed something and knew exactly when to backspace? When I'm typing, like, let's say 1,000 words, right? I know exactly when I made a misstroke on a keyboard without looking at the screen. So like, I'm typing like, okay, I mistyped there, backspace. So I correct things without looking at making the error, the type error, but you can still use your eyes to confirm. So like, you're typing along the way, and then you made an error and you can see it, but you can also feel it. You can feel when you make an error, because much like writing, you can immediately feel that you've made the error, right? Like, when I'm doing this, occasionally I would slow down and I'm like, oh, wrong stroke order, but I'm just gonna correct it anyways, right? Like, nah, stuff. So that stuff happens a lot, and I think keyboard is the same way. For I feel it, though I confirm with your eyes. Yeah. That's pretty much what I feel is consistent. I think it's a consistent way of doing things, but it's actually less efficient, right? But I encourage consistency over over efficiency. Basically, use your eyes, use your hands, use your ears, do all of that. In my opinion, output, while output can't help you with input a lot of times, because most people agree this is true, and I kind of agree with this is true. Output can provide some input of consistency. So you know when you're making errors and whatnot, you know, like, oh, I keep hitting E instead of O here, and things like that. So the mechanical output can inform on your mechanical consistency. And to me, when people get too reliant on one aspect, other aspects go. Like, for example, if you always see kanji, then yeah, it's going to look weird when you see hiragana again of the same thing. Like, I actually slow down to make sure that, oh yeah, this hiragana is still this kanji. And the reason why I mentioned this is because Duo does this quite often, and it kind of trips me up every once in a while. And Juzu is so close to Jozu. Okay. All right.
ピュア
We're not gonna finish this. We're not finishing this. Okay, I do have a comment about this section. That why I didn't finish. Okay, so it's super exhausting, this section, when the way they did it. So you need to be very rested to use this section. What they do is they cluster in 4s. So it's every 4. Or no, I'm kidding. I think it's every 5 actually. It's either 5 or 4. I think it varies. But they cluster every 5 or 4. So what happens is they will only use those 5 or 4 kana over and over again. And that means you have to be paying the heck attention, because all of the mixes will look similar because they have the same kana. And what's even ridiculous is when you look at this, when you're doing like the dakuons, or like these things, they all will start to look the same, and they're all very similar, like in terms of sounds and stuff. So Duolingo still does the thing where everything is going to start to sound the same or look similar in some way, and so it can get really exhausting, and you have to do these exercises like 10 times, but they cycle through. So one would be like all kyas or yas, and one would be all yous. It would be like the closest sounding ones. So it can be incredibly exhausting, possibly in a good way, because then you'll be more susceptible to when you see words. In my opinion, here's the funny part about this. After doing the hirakana and the katakana through Duolingo, when you go back to the lessons, right, having actual words is so much easier. It is so much easier. It is incredibly strenuous. You have to be paying attention like a boss. And you know what's even worse now? It's hearts. These things take hearts. When I was learning kana, they didn't take hearts. That was recently changed. It was like 3 days ago. So you can make a lot of errors and whatnot because you're lax and stuff. But now these things take hearts. So I don't know. I don't know how I feel about it. Yeah, the katakana was exhausting. See, I didn't even touch the combos at all. So it took me a while to read the combos, and I'm still a little bit off in the combos because I stopped after I seen all of these things. Fun times. I'm gonna do a few more lessons, right? Actually, yeah. Let's do the earlier ones because I don't remember them. Tomorrow's review is gonna be pretty chopped. So to give you a tally of tomorrow, there's 15 units in section 3 that I did. Each unit has about roughly 15 things to note. So I have to recall approximately 125 things. That's not 15 times 15. Sorry, 175 things. Now that I think about it, when I'm thinking it back, I think I've made that same mathematical error. Wait. Yeah, I think I made that same math mistake earlier today when I was playing Neverwinter. So I need to remember 175 things, roughly, if I were to caress like 99% Usually I give myself a 90% cutoff. So we'll subtract like 10% from this. So maybe like we'll round down like 150 things. If I can remember 150 things that are unique to this section, it's pretty reasonable. That means I didn't decay or anything. We'll see how much I remember. I don't think I remember that much. I've digressed so much during my pivotal review time, which was the last 3 days, that it's going to be very difficult. However, I'm doing something different this time around. I'm adding a grammar section. So it's been a while. People have been asking, you know, the constant question about like, oh, but did you learn grammar? Did you learn grammar points? Well, on the side, I have looked at JPLT stuff, like what are the quote-unquote grammar points, and I will try to recall as many relevant grammar points from Duolingo as I can from memory. I'm going to tell you now, I am constantly surprised what is considered a grammar point in JPLT. So a lot of times I always I talk to like Lotus and stuff. I'm like, oh yeah, you know, this isn't giving me a lot of grammar points, and then we keep talking about like, oh, but those grammar points, we don't know how long or how much a Duolingo or how fast Duolingo is going to introduce a grammar point. The list of grammar points, when I was looking at the reference list for JPLT, Duolingo has a lot of grammar points. And that's largely why I tell people like, yeah, basically negligible grammar explanation, because they have a lot of grammar points. And sure enough, I recommend, if you are interested in grammar, seek other sources to complement it. In fact, whenever you have a question in Duolingo, it's encouraging to go and seek grammar explanations or something, or an explainer of it. If you need an explainer of something, it's likely a grammar point, because vocabulary is nearly self-explanatory. In Duolingo, they give you like, it's a food item, guys. That's a food item. That's a clothing item. That's a location. So you'll come to the point where you're like, oh yeah, this is vocab, and then this is a grammar point. So whenever a new grammar point comes up in Duolingo, that same evening I look at grammar to see if there's anything interesting to know, and I make a mental note of that. So yeah, JPLT has like about approximately 90 grammar points, I think, for N5. And if I had to estimate, I need to recall at least 60 of them. It's more, but I'm subtracting. So I'm giving myself a leeway of maybe like 80%, because out of the 60, I think 15 of them aren't introduced or not used yet. And then of the 15, so that brings us to 75. And then I gave myself some leeway on memory, because I'm going to try to remember them by myself, which then we'll review them maybe tomorrow if we have time. And then there are, I think there are 15 grammar points already from N4 up to this section. So in total, I'm feeling like there's at least 90 grammar points made in Duolingo by the time you reach section 3, unit 15. I just didn't think they were grammar points. I didn't count them as grammar points. I actually think before I started looking at the JLPT list, I thought maybe 30 grammar points. You know, like I was really shocked how many of them is. Like how many different day no's count as separate grammar points on and whatnot, and then even like specific words counted as grammar points. So pretty surprising. You'll that's why I'm excited about tomorrow. I've been prepping this part for tomorrow. This is the part that I've been working on, not the vocabulary part. So we'll see how interesting it'll be. In my opinion, it was pretty eye-opening. It's pretty eye-opening how little, this is what most people would agree on, how little Duo explains grammar. But here's the thing. Even if Duolingo explains how little, I know how to use them. Like what I mean is mechanically, I know how to use them without having to explain the grammar point. But because of my curiosity, I can explain them, which that's what I'm going to try to do. Right. Like I know which particles to pick, like even without knowing the grammar point. And of course, this is for Duolingo. Duolingo fluency, right? Like let's make sure when I say how to use them, I mean if I'm typing something or writing something, I'm still using the format that Duo exposed in that thing. I try to experiment, but I don't have anyone giving me feedback. The only feedback I get is by listening to others, and those particles end up where I think they end up. So I don't know what the fuss is about. However, that's fine. Like when someone starts a no chain, I'm really like, yeah, that's where it is. Oh, there's de, there's ni, there's ka here, there's kara and made here, like mo, right? Like itsumo goes here, and oh, they decide to move yoku over here. That happens. So I don't know. I don't really know why people think that you're not smart enough to see these things and then explain them elsewhere. I don't know. Do I plan to take the JLPT? So I do not. I tentatively do not. And I mean like I don't plan on taking officially. Now, a few people asked already, and by 30 days, I did take the one, like that one mock N5, and I already said that I scored around 80%. I think most people said this was passing at 30 days, so now I'm at 103 days. So I like to believe this percentage probably stays about the same, because I actually think the things I missed was not introduced in Duo. So I actually still think it's around 50%. I mean 80%. However, that doesn't mean I didn't learn any N4 stuff, right? So like realistically, I actually think it'll still be around 80%. However, some people suggested other things, but the mock exam I took was the one that most people take for fun, and I was told it's static. So I don't know if I can find other quote unquote official things. And then JLPT maybe officially, but this costs money, right? So you know, maybe doesn't taking the JLPT cost money? Truth be told, you can't get fluent in Japanese with Duolingo only, but Duolingo can help you to get fluent if you're using it with more resources. Yeah, but you can't get fluent with anything only. So that's a perspective check right there. And you might be thinking like, oh, of course you can. You can do total immersion to become fluent. 你那講胡椒話，你咪愛種推胡椒話 okay? Got it? No. Total immersion involves other tools that involves like things like writing and grammar still and whatnot. Just because you totally immerse in something, it's not. And total immersion is not even a approach. It's not a tool. It's a philosophy. Right? Right? So, nothing. Not even Duolingo. Not even Duolingo. Not Anki. Not Bushu. And if you're thinking, oh yeah, but Anki has a community. That is a community of people. Guys. It's a community of people. This is people. People is the resource. Not a solo tool. Anki is not doing that. Let's be clear. And most of the value you have on Anki is not the tool itself. It's the people using the tool. So, just to be clear, right? When people say, oh yeah, Anki is better for fluency. Excuse me? Right? So, I don't think, and personally, in my opinion, I don't think I've used only one thing ever. I use as much as I can. Yeah, it'll make you aware of the grammar points. And then you're supposed to be encouraged, right? Guess what? When you're talking to someone, what are you doing? Someone is going to provide you feedback, right? What is that? Awareness. Great, you got awareness, right? Do you learn from it? You might be thinking, oh, of course you do. No, that's not true. You can choose to learn from it. Much like Duo, if you are aware of it, it can only be learned and be useful if you choose to learn from it. When was the last time you saw someone fall down, get up, and fall down from the same exact thing? Right? Even in that situation, if you learn not to fall down, you might still fall down every once in a while. So awareness, exposure, it doesn't automatically involve learning. Or even worse than that, it doesn't lead to comprehension. It's not understanding. That's a whole different story. Here's an example. On YouTube, right? You type in a search engine and say, does Duolingo suck? Right? You got a hit of 100,000 videos. You look at the thumbnails. And then you tell yourself, I understand. That's called the mere exposure effect. You are aware that there are hundreds of videos with thumbnails, but do you understand what they are saying? The answer is no. It's kind of like my video comment sections. Do you actually know what I'm doing? The answer is no, because you made an asinine comment that clearly shows you do not understand. Right? So much, when someone asks, is it good? I got this. Is it good? Do you have progress? Right? And then I give them like a 1,000, it's not 1,000 words, like a 500 word response. Like, well, that's how I explain that I actually did something, right? Because my answer to this, the short answer is, it is reliant on whether the user wants to learn. Because the take-home message here is, if the tool is doing everything you want, like if the tool is doing everything you want, right, then you're not doing anything. You aren't doing anything. So naturally, the tools that don't do everything, are the tools that end up actually having a higher rate of success, or the perceived success by people, because they are doing more work. Or the tool is flexible enough so that you put some part of you in it. From earlier today, the digression I had earlier today, some part of you is invested in making it work. How do you make Anki work? You have to figure out which vocabulary you want to learn. You have to put down the time in making your flashcards. You have to find the right community members to determine that their card set, if you want to download card set, is relevant to you. Duolingo removes all of it. It tells you what you need to know. It plans all your schedules. It like force feed you into the thing that you don't have to do. You don't have to plan anything. You just sit there and you, guess what? You passively learn. Because Duolingo is so good at what it does. It makes you so passive. So to me, when someone says, is it good? Well, do you want to learn? If you don't want to learn, don't use Duolingo, because it does so many things for you. It like holds your hand like crazy. If you need hand holding to start a language, use Duolingo. If you don't need hand holding, don't start with Duolingo, because you're gonna say something like, it's mind-numbingly boring, because it's hand holding. It's easy, right? And the irony here is people think it's mind-numbingly boring and easy, and therefore it's bad at teaching. It's bad at teaching and exposure. It's actually the opposite. It's so good at teaching, in my opinion, and exposing, that you're not engaged. You're not engaged at all. Like it basically tells you the right answers. It tells you the right answers. What more do you want? You have the comprehensibility of Duolingo is like near 99%. Like I surprise myself when I get 2 wrongs in like 100 days, right? It gets shocking. Like when you hear the bleep, you're like, what? Did I make a mistake? Like, that's surprising. So it's so good at that you stop trying. You just stop. Like, you stop trying. And I think in a way, if Duolingo starts slamming your face with even trickier stuff, I actually think the learning goes up. So to me, I actually think Duolingo should do less. If they want to address the concern of active learning, right? Like people are saying like, oh yeah, I don't remember anything on Duolingo. It's because you're not trying. In my opinion, you're not trying. You don't have to. Duolingo gives you the right answers. It's kind of like here's my synopsis. I have a bunch of friends who love watching movies and watching anime with me and whatnot. my first question is, hey guys, what happened in the last episode? Right? And you can definitely tell who is passively watching, who's passively watching, and who's actively watching. Okay? And there's different flavors of passively watching. There's the passive watching is like, I don't know. I don't know. I liked it. That would be a response for passive watching. It's like DBZ, but not. That's referencing something, so they turn off their brain because it reminds them of something else, so they don't actively watch anymore. They basically reference something and assume that it's like DBZ, so they're going to describe DBZ pretending like it's the thing they watched. That these are two elements of passively watching. This is what Duolingo struggles with, in my opinion. Everything starts to look like everything else. Okay? And then people start to not actively do anything anymore. Like, oh, this is a pattern. I'm used to this pattern. This is the pattern. So this is the answer. That's the pattern. That's the pattern. It's kind of like a person who's doing a speed run. Duolingo is sped run all the time. Like when you're doing a speed run or no hit run, you've done this all the time. What you're focused on are the really minuscule details in the bigger scheme of things to create that perfection. It's optimization. So what is optimization? It's passive for everything outside of that one detail. That's speed running, in my opinion. So you stop taking in all the other details. It's automated. And Duolingo struggles with this. What does active watching look like? They give a very specific scene. Oftentimes this is the case for high functioning people. A very specific scene in great detail because they were fixated on it. That is constantly active. And then they frame everything around that one thing. So how do I describe something? I pick up one theme and I make everything that I see about that one theme so that I can collect and associate all the memory, all the different scenes and contextualize it into the one core like motif, right? That's what I do with Duolingo. I took all the information, group it up in my way, and then frame it all around my way. So I'm adding to something that's growing with me, and I take that tree that I'm growing, and I take it to my anime. I take that with my anime. I take it into my natural podcasts. Right? My natural vloggers and stuff. This is something I brew up myself because if I don't do that, Duolingo will do all of that and I will forget. My review was not good enough by just doing these things as I was going, and I'm gonna struggle with this tomorrow, probably. Is because these exercises are doing a lot. They're providing me with the right answer, so I don't have to figure out what the right answer is. I don't have to understand the prompts in order to get the right answer. They're void of enough detail, so I had to make enough time to make the detail. But if I don't have enough time, then I don't do anything. So what did people do? They speed run. When you speed run, you didn't make a story. There's no way. There's no way. It's so hard for me to believe that someone who's focused on speed would have time to slow down and say, how often do I use this phrase at every single thing? Or like, oh, okay, I set this the 10th time now. Is it any better? Like, do I feel a little lax? Like, I think it came out a little bit better the 10th time around, right? You don't have time for that. And then when you're maintaining a streak, you know, you're just maintaining a streak, you don't have time to think about these things. Like, are you doing these things? You're not. It applies to Anki. It applies to LinQ. It applies to relationships. Like, it's a human condition. So, if you're not investing some part of you as an engagement, right? Engagement is like the other way around. Like, if something is engaging you, it's demanding your attention, right? Engagement is demanding your attention. That can help. So if Duolingo continues to improve engagement throughout the process, like mix it up and all that, they can overcome the whole complacency and stuff. However, you can be more disciplined, right? You can choose to be more disciplined about how you use a tool. What is that artist? A famous artist said this, or a bunch of artists. Experienced artists would say like, a craftsman, or something like this. I forgot what the thing is. A craftsman is like, you are not a craftsman if you blame your tools, or something like that. It's not that. It's so much more elegant than, I forgot what it is, but blame your tools. So for example, like, the craftsman defines the usefulness of the tools, not the other way around. So if Duo is not engaging you, right? You could go find another tool, then you'll still be reliant on the tool to be engaging. That's fair, actually. So if there's a better tool out there that engages you, go for it. I think if you don't have time to do all the work to engage yourself and still have the same amount of volume, some people say like Duolingo has poor volume. And oftentimes I ask someone like, okay, what's your Anki volume? And they're like, oh yeah, 30 words a day, right? 30 words a day. I'm like, okay, that's a little. And then I asked them how many of those 30 words a day you learn in Anki. Do you actually learn all 30 words? And then what happens after a week? And reasonably, I would say they probably get 20 words, honestly, after one repetition. What is the average for Duolingo? It's actually this too. It's pretty close to this. In fact, you retain more because they reduce the number of words. So if you're talking about volume, no, that's not, in my opinion, that's not the case. It really isn't the case. It's to me, is that you're trying harder. Anki is something familiar to you, but you invested time into it. These are words, maybe these are words you care about. You only downloaded words you care about, because Duolingo certainly doesn't care what words you care about. They've already planned it out. So when someone comes up to me and say, yeah, this is what Gabriel said earlier, and it's a very great question. Online classes are boring, right? I have the challenge of needing to engage myself. And this takes skill. It takes a lot of practice. You have to become creative. Textbooks and stuff, to me, I remember I share this story quite a bit, but a lot of people say like, oh yeah, stories and video games as kids, stories and video games are so interesting because they provide imagination. Or they trigger imagination. And as a kid, I had problems. I had problems associating with this. Like, I do like video games, but video games didn't provide imagination to me. Video games provided knowledge to me, right? And then textbooks provided imagination. And what I mean by that is the knowledge that I gained is how I created imagination. Like, I became more imaginative and creative when I got more knowledge. It wasn't dependent on the idea that someone needed to make something for me. I still appreciate it, for sure, but I don't watch stories to be provided a story. I watch stories to provide knowledge so I can build on those stories. So whenever I think of like a video game or story, like the meaning of that meaning is transcendent. I bring it with me. So when I talk about Like a Dragon, I talk about it in the context of Japanese because I'm bringing that with me. So a lot of times, how do you engage yourself? Well, you have to be creative. Otherwise, find other people, right? Other people can be creative with you and for you. Creativity and engagement is created by people, by other people. So Duolingo, people at Duolingo, that's their fight, right? That's what they have to continue. They have to continue trying to provide engagement because the audience they have expect that engagement is provided for them. And guess what? Not only does that mean it's called content, you know, like most people use the word content. Duolingo has to provide content. They have to be engaging content. And what's even crazier is most people think that this content, especially the critiques, have to come is easily maintained at the low cost of 0.00 your favorite currency. And then the moment a Duolingo puts a feature that you do yourself, you can do yourself behind a paywall, the argument is, oh yeah, now I can't learn using Duolingo because the feature I want is behind a paywall. And when I look at that feature, I start thinking, don't you already do that? Like hearts? I guess you can practice. I mean, isn't the whole point of you doing this is to practice and make sure you don't make errors? So you can practice some more to get hearts. Leaderboards, like, okay, well, don't you want to be doing the thing you're doing to score things? And then you start thinking like, oh, well, what about this list, this flashcard? Well, yeah, you can actually look at the entire list, by the way. You can load the entire list. But then they'd be saying like, oh, but the feature is locked behind something. But I mean, don't you already do this? Like recite the words and connect the dots? I mean, the last time I heard, you are also using Anki, so is that not the same? Like, I mean, even then you're using a tool to do it. Like I'm doing this in my head, so that's perfectly fine. So the question is, how do you engage yourself when you have no one providing it? My long story short is practice. You gotta practice. Or have a friend, you know? Get inspired. I wish I could always participate in the stuff with people. My close friends, if they're bored, I'm gonna remove that boredom. If they come to me and say like, dude, I'm bored, how do I engage in this? Well, let's learn together. Let's just do it together. I mean, I'll learn something too in the process. Let's learn it together, right? Do you have a friend like that? If not, Well, you're in school, right? Classmates. Go find a classmate. You'd be surprised. And then one day, that classmate, like my friends, my best friends, they inspire me on how to keep myself engaged. Because they can think of things that I can't, and I can think of things they might not. So when we study together, we come up with lots of, jokes, mnemonics, things to keep it engaging. You don't need to be relying on someone, but it's a great place to find inspiration. YouTube is a great place to find inspiration. For me, I have a dialogue with myself. So if you don't have access with dialogue to yourself, then YouTube is a good place, I suppose. You can form a parasocial relationship with someone and then try to be creative like them. Gain inspiration from them. So engagement. Why am I still talking about this? And I said that I would have a Duolingo half day so I can prep for tomorrow. It's because you guys, I'm gonna end it with another positive statement. Hello there, Toby. I'm gonna end it with another positive statement because the last 3 days have been about this stuff. Possibly it's thanks to you guys, right? Thanks to you guys. All the people that called me a butt, right? With 4 T's. The people that think that I'm talking out of my butt, right? Talking BS. Trust me, the beginning was something else. Talking BS. Someone called me an introvert. It's not as funny as you think. Like not in the same way. I still identify, like I still think public speaking saps my energy. This stuff is very exhausting to me, but it's a good stress. I don't think a social environment has ever increased my energy. It has diminished my energy. However, it induces positive stress. So that person nailed it. But an introvert doesn't mean they don't care, and don't know how to be social, right? Don't know how to be social. That's not the case. Practice. It's practice. Okay. So, all these things, it's thanks to all of these things. I get to talk about so many different things. I can refute so many things. I can take that inspiration and practice. So, man, this person still thinks I'm an introvert, right? That's interesting. I mean, they're actually right on the mark, but still, it's kind of curious what part of my content or what part of me demonstrates that I'm an introvert. That's a very fun topic to talk about in the future. Or using an identifier as a way to self-fulfill a prophecy. If I say I'm an introvert, do I act like an introvert? That's 2 different domains. One can be something naturally, like say you're scared of, if you're arachnophobic, you're scared of spiders. That doesn't mean you can't talk about the concept of spiders or be resistant to your fear of spiders, right? There are domains where you can act, but you still feel naturally triggered, right? I get exhausted when I'm in public spaces. Do I appear like I'm exhausted in a public space, like on Twitch, streaming, learning Japanese in public, right? Well, no, I prepare for it. Much like people prepare to go to Japan and use their Japanese skills. I prepare to learn in public. I choose to stream when I'm ready to stream. I make adequate preparation. I practice a lot. And it's really weird that there are people who learn language and overlook the obvious elephant in the room. How can I use Duolingo? How can I use Duolingo for so long? What is the obvious thing that they're passively seeing that they forget is in front of them, passively seeing? I talk to you guys. I talk to other people. I have motivation to engage myself all the time. When I stream, I'm trying to be engaging. There are other motivations for me to stream. It's right in front of you. You are watching a live recording of someone learning Japanese on Duolingo. Are you doing that when you are using Duolingo? I can honestly bet for sure all of the people who made that weird comment like, oh yeah, have you considered using this? Have you considered using this? And then the first comment I would make is like, can you stream it? Can you talk about it? Do people interact with it? What is the influential impact of the thing you're talking about? Because all these things are right in front of you, right? It's right in front of you. These are the things you need to understand about the content creator. Have you gathered that yet? And you don't even need to look. You don't even need to look at the content to use a bit of critical thinking to understand that there are other motivations in play that makes it more believable that someone would stream Duolingo for 8 hours a day, right? If you can't picture it, that doesn't mean there isn't an explanation. The thing exists. It's shocking that confirmation bias is convenient for one's own hypotheses, but it's not convenient when it's right in front of you, like when it belongs to someone else. Right? They're like, oh yeah, you know, this guy is definitely not gonna learn any Japanese from Duolingo. Meanwhile, the thumbnail literally has text of a screenshot of me writing Japanese on the screen. That's not even sufficient enough to demonstrate anything. So like, how passive can you get before you've confirmed to me that no tools are very effective other than the ones you love? Shocking, isn't it? The shocking explainer is that the tools that you are peddling is because you are emotionally attached to them. It's not because they're objectively efficient. I'm serious about this. If someone was objective, in my opinion, they would actually give me an objective comment. I mean, I think that's fairly reasonable to expect, right? Oh, I'm being objective about this. Duolingo is bad. So your first attempt to convince me that you understand analytical skills, critical thinking, is to first say that Duolingo is bad. People don't learn anything from Duolingo. That's your objective observations. That is your first, that you want to leap off with that comment. And then tell me, oh, Anki is better. Okay. I'll give you the point that I can't know if Anki is better or not because I didn't use Anki. So I am being objective and I'm going to tell you that I can't comment on that. I've only used Duolingo. I haven't used Anki. So I can't make a comment on that. That is objectivity. That is not subjectivity. There's no comment you can make if you haven't experienced it. So not only am I constantly bombarded by subjective facts. Rarely does any of those facts or interpretations, I'll call them interpretations to pay homage to yesterday's conversation, those interpretations of facts, right, of their observation, however limited the observations aren't even true. So, and it's predicated on some really, really passive learning. And I think the whole technological revolution has made a lot of things passive. You no longer synthesize information. You no longer, like, a lot of times, the vast majority of the time spent learning something or knowing something is not understanding something, right? And if there's anything in the language learning community that is resonant with, is that knowing something doesn't mean you understand it. Especially the Japanese language. Like, yeah, I know how to mechanically use aru and iru, but do I really understand it? So you know what? I'll use this time to ask people and like talk with myself. Like, can I get the essence of understanding aru and iru? As opposed to, oh yeah, no, I understand it. I saw aru, I saw iru, I can write it, I understand it. It's like, no, you know aru and iru. You know aru and iru. I'm not so sure if you understand it. It takes me like hours to have other people tell me what their meaning of aru and iru is and how they distinguish it. And that can lead to a better understanding of it. Okay? Looking at someone and then saying, oh yeah, I read 100 pages or I read these 5 books and therefore now I understand it. It's like, yeah, well, how did you read it? Can you like tell me something? Give me evidence. And I am very, in my opinion, I've become very flexible. Give me evidence of critical thinking. So what I mean by that is, even if it's the first 5 pages of a book, if that person is able to, I don't know, complain about it in a relevant way, tell a story from, and like an anecdote that evaluates the content in the first 5 pages, that is clear evidence. Oftentimes of actual learning and understanding. If there is no integration, in my opinion, if you give no evidence of integration of any existing thing and framing it in a way that is unique to you, you have not internalized the information. You are regurgitating memorized information. What does that look like? It's a college student who decides that they can forever, for the rest of their life, just rely on their memory to be successful. That's not how that works. You have to integrate the information, transform it, and make it useful to yourself. So going around peddling, oh yeah, I use Anki, that doesn't tell anything. It really doesn't. Like, oh, this is better. Okay, why? Why do you think it's better? You have my undivided attention. The moment you say, I think, for the following reasons, based on these functions that exist in Anki, I will follow your words. not some echo chamber thing like, oh yeah, experts think this sucks. Like, okay, well, are you one of the experts? Can I talk to you? You're referring to yourself, right? Because you're one of the experts. I don't know these experts. I have to trust you in some way. So my advice is, like, whenever someone approaches me for advice, in my opinion, I try my best to demonstrate to them that this is advice that's coming from my own personal experience in the context of things I know, so that I can demonstrate a level of confidence or like assurance that I have experience with these things. That is the element of credibility. I joke a lot of times when someone loosely say things like, well, as an engineer, it's like, well, you can, as a title of any title, you still have to demonstrate that you have some relevant experience and some understanding that contextualizes things, so that the other person understands, oh yeah, this person has been there. Instead of, in my opinion, instead of me having to ask. That's not the default right now. Like, I have to ask all the time, should I pay attention to this person? Right? By asking, okay, so how did you learn Japanese? Are you still learning Japanese? Etc. All those questions, because I need context. People don't explain these things anymore. Like, they're like, oh yeah, but I'm like everyone else, you know, I'm with the right guys. I'm like, I don't know what the right guys are. Like, oh yeah, I'm with the Anki gang. Okay, all right, give me more information. I need more information. What is the Anki gang like? Like, explain to me who are this Anki gang, and then explain to me who are these like experts. Like, I need more information. Help me like learn. I need to learn from this criticism, right? And then the opposite is true. Like, oh yes, many people use Duolingo and learned nothing. Okay, all right, tell me about it. Can you explain it? Like, do you know these people? Do you know these people personally? Or like, can you give me more information so I can prevent myself from failing, right? Like, if you're saying these people failed, do you know how they failed? Do you know why they failed? Not if they failed, okay? Because that's not experience. That's not advice. It's looking at data and pretending like you understand it. I hope that's not the social norm in the future. I really hope that's not the social norm in the future. Have I failed learning Japanese with Duolingo? The answer is no. At least in my opinion. I think it's reasonable to say that I learned something. So before you go around and say, oh, you're going to fail learning Duolingo in an unsatisfying way, I'm like, bruh. Same. That's pretty much what they say to me. Bruh, same. All right. Fair enough. We're good. So that went way longer than I wanted it to. I didn't want to do 2 digressions in a day, but I want to end. Thanks, guys. Thanks. Like, I really should be thankful. These 100 plus days were so engaging. Like, what I mean by so engaging is at critics, especially critics, you know, negative, positive, surrounded by like philosophical questions, and even like, I love it when I have to explain an English word. Like, that's so awesome. I'm talking about XD. Like, I think XD asking me how to explain an English word, that's so So, like, it makes me aware of how, like, kind of how bad I am at explaining English words. I honestly think there's a lot of gap in my English right now, right? And then relating it to Japanese, like, people who share their opinions about the language learning experience, what they're doing, all their stories, right? That is beautiful. So I want to say thanks again, right? We got to end with this, like, thanks. And I really hope that most of the people that interact with me or something like that also find their own way of interacting with other people, because I honestly think if you're already interacting with me, you yourself can do similar things and engage yourself for life. And you never know, you just never know, you never know how paying attention to any random stranger, or not random, but related stranger, like in interest, you don't know what those strangers are gonna do in the future, right? One day they could be your business partner. You have no idea. One day you might bump into them into the street, bump into them in the street, and they can change your life. You can change someone else's life. So once again, I'll end today because tomorrow we'll talk about this stuff to some extent as well as I'm reviewing. I really need to head off to rest and collect my thoughts. Tomorrow is gonna be rough, but it's gonna be rough, candid, and people will know more, I suppose. More of this tomorrow. Tomorrow is pretty much like this, where I review and rant about random things. But yeah, I want to thank everyone, whoever is gonna watch this later, right? My future self, who's gonna probably hear this and maybe cringe, or I don't know. I'm sure my future self will probably see this in some way, shape, or form. But yes, I want to give a hats off message, right? Thanks for all the critiques, positivity, negativity, what have you. I mean, it wouldn't be as exciting or interesting if I didn't have this. All right, folks, with that, tomorrow is the big day, and I am incredibly ill prepared for it. We're still going to try to do our best, though. So until tomorrow, as always, stay safe, stay healthy, get together with people, socialize, learn together, find ways to engage yourself. Tools are supposed to make you stronger and more creative. They're supposed to aid you, but you yourself are greater than the sum of your tools. Until next time, as always, mata ashita. じゃあね。